Okay, hello and welcome. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Let's continue with Discworld Noir. I wonder how our progress will go this time. I think we did a fair bit last time. And things took an interesting turn. Where we are now actually a werewolf. At some point we were infected with lycanthropy. And we can now collect various smells to help with our investigation, as well as turn into a werewolf whenever we wish. Well, mostly. Generally when there's not other people around. Gasboat here is not other people. We have all these different scents which we've been collecting, which we can compare. Some of them are for certain characters or certain items, which should help a fair bit. I wasn't expecting this. It's quite neat. Transforming into a werewolf in Discworld is not like... It's described as not really being a painful process. I think more like a whole body sneeze. So what else do we have to do at the moment? Continue going to different locations and see whether we can find anything interesting around them. I don't think we could turn into a wolf there. The Maudlin Bridge. Oh, the cart's gone. Okay.
Here on the Maudlin Bridge, the reek of the Ankh was at its most sickening.
Yep.
The smell of the Ankh almost drowned out the remains of the magenta scent.
Okay. Well, is that the same as the serial killer?
There was no mistaking it. Even against the reek of the Ankh, it was the scent of my killer.
Okay. So we'd had the gargoyles say that Rebus, or whatever his name was driving the carriage along the road when he started having convulsions, and then someone inside the carriage hopped out, cut the rope holding the horses to the carriage, and then jumped off, and then the carriage went over the edge with Regis, who I think was dead by that point. So I'm guessing he was bitten by a snake or something. Okay. So they were responsible for Regis's death. They were possibly responsible for Regis's death. They were responsible for our supposed death. And they were responsible for Malachite's death because their scent was up on the rooftop as well. I believe. Yeah, over here.
I could tell that my killer had been here.
This one, I think, is Nobby. And then the navy blue, I think, is Vimes, because they were questioning the gargoyle. Okay. Now, I'm wondering, at this point, when did we end up... Oh, I can't go down here. I'm wondering at what point did we end up becoming a werewolf? Because at no point were we actually bitten. So I'm wondering whether we were bitten after we were stabbed. Possibly as a way to save our life. Right? The game doesn't give a good indication of how much time passes over the course of the game. A few days, at least, I think. But I don't know how long it was since we were stabbed and then when we climbed out of our grave. So... from here, we can tell that we got stabbed and died long enough for the watch to find us, put a chalk outline around our body, and then they assumably buried us. So it wasn't our... I'm saying it wasn't our murderer who buried us, but most likely the watch. Can't go in there. Do I want to have a look over here? Okay.
The garbage was giving off a distinctive green cloud, not dissimilar to the smell of the river Ankh.
Lawn green. Is it the same?
The Ankh smelled much worse than garbage.
Okay. So it's a different smell. Probably not relevant, but I'll collect all of them. Okay, the smell is trash.
The empty barrels were surrounded by a cloying red mist, and it had the shrill pitch of red wine, if I wasn't mistaken.
Yeah, we've got this.
The red wine here smelled identical to the wine from the Café Ankh wine cellar. I guess they must be the supplier for the palace.
Makes sense, we did learn that.
One of the empty barrels had a faint magenta trace to it.
Okay. Is that the same as the,
Definitely the same scent as my killer, which meant whoever it was made it into the palace concealed in a wine barrel. Why did that bring to mind the phrase, "You wait, time passes," and Thorin sits down and starts singing about gold?
Wow! Is that a reference to the, Lord of the Rings text adventure game? Why is that there? Jeez, okay. I haven't played that, but, you know, Thorin, few other games, and, you know, you wait, time passes. That seems like the type of prompt you'd get from a text adventure game. Man! Hello, welcome. I guess it's also a reference to the part of the game, assumably, where you have to hide and jump into a barrel when they end up going down the river. Where were they doing that from? Was it from, like, the elven place or something like that? It's been ages since I read The Hobbit. And I never saw the movies, so... Okay. Okay.
The empty barrels at the foot of the...
Okay, we can't look at the barrel specifically which hint them in it. Do I want to go back up the wall?
It always looked much
Okay. Hello, welcome. Well, two conkers are still here.
Just a few...
Bedmaker and laundryman. What's that?
Unseen University was looking for someone to make the beds and do the laundry at the new hall.
Right, we've got a new place to go to. More murders. Right, so the clerk's murderer.
One of the patrician's clerks had been murdered, apparently as part of the counterweight killings.
Yeah, nobody told us more about this.
The counterweight killings had struck at the unseen university, and the reader of esoteric occultism had been killed.
Okay.
According to Nobby, a prominent merchant had been killed as part of the counterweight killings.
Okay. Well, maybe we can go and ask Nobby a bit about it, more about it. Maybe he can give us more details about each of these.
Back behind the desk, I see. Hello, Lewton.
I'm out of the grave.
You mentioned the murder of one of the patrician's clerks before.
I did?
Yeah. What can you tell me about that? That he's dead. That's all your in-depth inquiries turned up? Not as easy as that, you know, making sure someone's really dead. He might have just been playing dead. Anyway, he was killed in the palace. You must know more than that. Or is it that you can't tell me about it? If you want to know more, you'll have to find out yourself. Sorry. Never would have guessed it, Nobby.
You're a huge help. Whatever.
What can you tell me about the murder at Unseen University?
He's dead?
Nothing. Nothing? The university isn't being cooperative. Old Vimes is saying that because it's murder, it's our jurisdiction. But they're arguing that they can handle their own affairs. It's all got political. That doesn't help the inquiry much, does it?
Well, the wizards tend to kill each other quite frequently anyway, so... I guess if they were reporting every death which occurred in the university to the Watch would have a lot more work to do.
What about this merchant that you said was murdered? I can't discuss that with you. Well, you must be able to tell me something. The guilds like to keep these disputes to themselves. You know what I mean? You'll have to talk to the Merchants Guild.
Okay. Good, we can go to the Merchants Guild. I'm guessing.
I hear there's a job going at the new hall for a bed maker and laundryman.
So?
Give me a break, Lewton.
So? Okay. We still don't know why Mundy would have been hung upside down. Maybe it might have no reason at all.
The new hall at Unseen University.
I don't know of a building there called the New Hall.
Unseen University was positioned along a large stretch in the river Ankh, and its campus was convoluted enough that it was hard to tell where the university ended and the city began. It would be wrong to say that the people of the city respected the wizards of the university, and it would be wrong to say that they hated them. In fact, all you could really say was that both the citizens and the wizards were glad of the wall that stopped them from having to socialize on a daily basis. Mrs. Foames?
Yes, I am she. What do you want?
May I come in?
No, you may not.
I've come about the job.
Is that a fact? Very well, you may enter, but wipe your feet. I won't have the help messing up the carpets.
Okay.
Now, you've come for the job, Mr.
Lewton. And yes, I am interested in the job.
Well, as the head chambermaid, the decisions about hiring staff falls on my shoulders. Do you have any experience?
No, but I'm a fast learner.
Well, the pay is $2 a day. There are no perks. If you want it, it's yours.
Yeesh.
Can you tell me about Unseen University?
It's not the business of help to discuss their employers.
Let's see. $2 a day. I think there's 30 days in a month in Discworld, so $60 a month. How much does the watch get paid? At least at the end of guards, their pay gets up to $5. So I think it's for them it's $30 a month, plus $5 based on rank. So corporal goes up to 35, sergeant is 40. So that's more than the guard are making. But you don't have to wait until the end of the month.
I'll take the job. When do I start?
You can start now by making the beds. The dorm is through that door. I advise you to leave before the students get back.
Why?
Boys will be boys, Mr. Lewton, and apprentice wizards are the worst kind of boys imaginable.
Okay then. I don't think that's much.
I guess I'd better get to work.
Very good.
Doesn't waste her time with anything.
The lair of the redoubtable Mrs. Foames, the head chambermaid.
That was easy. Okay.
For a brief moment, I considered actually making the beds. Fortunately, good sense prevailed.
Oh, come on.
I guess it was my job to make the beds. Watch how fast I go.
Unlocker was disturbed. Unstable unlocker. What?
The students had their very own unlockers to keep their possessions in. This locker seemed to wobble slightly.
Unlocker? Why are they called unlockers? Because you unlock them?
This unlocker seemed rugged, if slightly beaten up.
Disturbing aroma.
Even as a human, I could smell something very disturbing coming from this particular unlocker. This sturdy-looking unlocker seemed in better condition than the others.
It's probably just a sandwich someone's left in there for a few months. Octarine board.
The octarine board appeared blank to my eyes, but I had a feeling there was something written on it I couldn't see. A few sticks of chalk, a type of chalk made from octarine carbonate, were resting on the top of the board. I tried to write on the octarine board with the chalk, but I couldn't see what I was writing. The chalk marks were invisible to my eyes. The dorm was full of the jangling scents of the students, but the most surprising thing was the octarine board. As a wolf, I smelt the words on the board. The chalk marks showed up as sparkling traces against the odorless board. It seemed to be a list of subjects the young apprentices were studying. Occult perils of lace-making, basic myth and monsters, principles of thaumic imponderability, and temples of the Great Nev. Under the list of subjects were the words, "You must read a chapter on each before the next lecture."
Okay. Let's just wander off. Hello.
The burly porter had inflexible written all over him in large ironclad letters.
What are you doing here?
The name's Lewton. I'm working for Mrs. Foames.
You're the new bed maker, eh? Well, you can't come any further than this, Lewton. Wizards only in the library, thank you.
Wizards only?
Well, wizards, apprentices, and orangutans.
Are you a porter?
No, I'm a Bledlow, and there's a difference, all right?
Hey. I see that his title hasn't changed, though.
What's a Bledlow?
Yeah, enlighten me.
We look after the students,
Look after them.
just like the watch looks after the city.
You throw your weight around and beat them senseless when they do something wrong?
It's about the size of it, yeah. You don't mess with the lobsters.
Lobsters?
Just a nickname we've picked up over the years.
Why?
If you see us get our hands on a student, you'll understand.
You make it sound like you're hunting them down.
Of course, all students are guilty of everything.
Sure. Again, the faculty staff at the university don't really like the students. They prefer not to see them at all. I don't know whether the faculty really hold classes for the students.
Where are all the students?
They're off playing Unseen University Challenge against the students from the Assassin's Guild.
What does that involve?
I don't know. Given the way most sports are conducted round here, it probably involves a very careful inspection of half the pubs in Ankh-Morpork.
What makes you say that?
Heard of the city and guilds?
No.
When the guilds started setting up their own colleges, there was a lot of rivalry between the various students.
Rivalry?
Well, the university students used to be ambushed by gangs from the guilds, really.
Used to be.
Well, given the faculty's relaxed attitude to sudden death, most of the staff prefer dead students on account of them being easier to teach. But I gather the guilds decided that enough was enough because all the bodies around the place made it very hard to open doors.
So what did they do?
They founded the City and Guilds Match. See, the idea was to carry a football right from the outskirts of the Shades to the Tower of Art, goals being scored by kicking the ball through the door of certain landmarks.
What sort of landmarks?
The sort with names like the Mended Drum and Bunch of Grapes.
Right.
The scoring team was bought drinks by the other teams, you see. And after a few years, the Arch-Chancellor ruled that only one goal could be scored in each pub since the match had, for 3 years running, gone on for a month.
What's this got to do with Unseen University Challenge?
Well, the university tends to leave the City and Guilds Match to the guilds. They prefer a more cerebral challenge.
Such as going straight to the pub, not passing go, and not bothering to come back?
That'd be my guess, yes.
So they're not coming back?
Well, they'll be back. They need to come to the library to get their course books.
Right. Okay, then. You used to play those comps on the Discworld Mud. A lot of fun. Oh, really? You once won a chocolate broadsword. Was it covered in foil? Sounds great. It was covered in foil. That's even better.
I didn't want to do this.
No. Well, you probably know about the various murders which have been going on around here, then.
I hear the reader of esoteric occultism was murdered.
Yep. Old Matham was so full of poison, even the worms wouldn't touch him.
He was poisoned?
That's right. Right here in the Widdershins wing of the university.
You don't sound concerned.
I just keep an eye on the students. The wizards can do what they like to each other.
Lip smacking. Okay, fine.
Who do you think killed Matham?
I don't care.
Well, that shouldn't be hard to work out, eh?
Oh, one of
Just
the other
see who
wizards.
fills his shoes.
You think it was an internal matter?
I don't see why not. No one else has got a reason to be killing wizards, have they, eh?
Sure. Okay, I think that's about all I can learn from him. So that's the library then, is it?
The door led to the library of the Unseen University.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm just
Just
looking
going
at the
for a
door.
walk.
Stay in the new hall, yeah? Students and wizards only beyond this point.
What a shame I have no magical skill. Can I open these?
The only interesting thing I could find in the unlocker was some books. I guess the rumors about the students weren't true. They did do some studying. What have we got? Occult primer, monster fun grimoire, Fullamyth, the theory of thaumic imponderability, lost temples of the great Nev.
One of them might be useful when we learn a bit more at some point.
The only...
Yeah, okay. I guess we don't need the closes again.
Given the smell of the unlocker, I was grateful it was locked.
Right.
I searched the unlocker, but found nothing I wanted to think too hard about.
What about this one?
Unlike the other unlockers, this one seemed to be levitating a few inches above the ground. Probably one of the students' cantrips that hadn't worn off yet. As for the unlocker's contents, the less said about them, the better.
Okay. Did we actually keep some of the chalk? No, we didn't. Okay. Can I go in here?
Mrs. Folmes?
Well, what do you want? I haven't got time to waste talking to you, you know.
I just learned that someone got murdered here.
Is it dangerous working here? Only I heard that one of the wizards was murdered.
Don't let that bother you, Mr. Lewton. The affairs of the staff are not our concern.
You don't think I'm in any danger?
Goodness, no. The odd death is just the natural course of campus politics, I'm afraid. It's a shocking turn of affairs, but we mustn't question it. Dead men's pointy boots, and all that.
Okay.
Dead men's pointy boots?
Yes. No questions asked as to the manner of their emptying, if you know what I mean.
I see. When I mentioned the murder at Unseen University to Mrs. Folmes, she said something about dead men's pointy boots.
Okay.
Do you recognize this moss?
I have
I guess I'd better get to work.
Indeed you should.
Yes. Okay. Doop-a-doo.
Not in...
Yeah, okay. Not in the porter. Not in the front of the porter. Hey!
Still here?
Someone has to keep.
Yeah.
Have you heard the expression, dead men's pointy boots?
Of course.
What does it mean?
Well, towards the upper levels of magic, where the number of positions get few and far between, wizards advance primarily by the untimely death of their bosses.
And the pointy boots?
Well, the point is, no questions are asked as to the emptying of those pointy boots.
Right. Okay. I think we could have figured that out for ourselves, but... Okay. So, I think from that, they're assuming that the wizard died because of another wizard wanting to have his position. I'm guessing a wizard would probably be able to benefit from his death, even if someone didn't actually, you know, within the university killed him. But... Can I actually look at something?
I was pretty sure I'd learned all I was going to learn from using my wolf senses here.
Okay.
A door led out of the dorm and deeper into the university.
How would I get rid of the porter if I needed to?
What occult full of the theory lost temple.
I gonna have to find a temple or something? I don't see anything else around here, so I might just leave. Right. Then there's a merchant's guild. And there was also the patrician's clerk. I guess we can talk to the guards about it.
I'm back. I've got a...
Make it.
I hear one of the clerks got murdered.
Ask questions like that and we might have to arrest you.
On what grounds?
Well, on the palace grounds, obviously.
Ha ha. Okay. Can't ask them. Maybe Leonard? Though somehow I don't think he'd really know what's going on.
It always...
You know, what with him being stuck in this room. But maybe the patrician mentioned
Just a
something
few-
to him, right?
I knew full well that asking either Leonard or two
Yeah. Okay. So, no. No point. Hello. Welcome. So who else could we ask who comes from the palace? Nobby's not telling us anything. The casino is
Such a no-
closed because of the murder. Then there's the Merchants Guild. Let's have a look here.
The Merchants Guild was the youngest of the Ankh-Morpork guilds, founded in self-defense by the city's traders and shopkeepers when they realized their role in the grand scheme of things was to be robbed. Robbing fat merchants, it seemed, was a perfectly socially acceptable, even heroic thing to do. Consequently, they weren't the friendliest of guilds either. I wasn't holding out much hope that they'd help me. Evening.
Usually is when the sun sets.
Is everyone in this city a smart aleck?
Who's he?
He used to be a regular at the Mended Drum. He made a reputation as a know-it-all.
Used to be?
The Mended Drum is a bad place to use the phrase no.
Where did they find his body?
The Shades. And the Diesel Gate. His kidney down a well in Dolly's sister's, I think. Bits of his innards all over the place. Sounds like he had a lot of guts.
Right? What a icebreaker, right?
So how did you end up working on the door?
Oh, there's only so many good positions to go around.
I take it this isn't one of them.
Oh, it's not that bad. I get to hear all the interesting news with this job.
And has anything interesting happened recently?
Oh, yes.
Such as?
We got a new kettle. Much nicer than the one with the leak that we used to use.
You boiled water in a kettle with a hole?
Well, we made a lot of steam anyway. It wouldn't stay in the cups, though.
And that's the most exciting thing that's happened here.
Oh, exciting. If you want exciting, you should see the new colour scheme in the coin shaving room.
Come on. Someone was murdered. Wasn't that exciting?
Oh, sure.
Why didn't you mention that?
A guild policy. We're not to discuss the incident with outsiders.
Coin shaving?
What's all this about coin shaving?
You haven't heard of coin shaving?
Taking bits off the edges.
I didn't even know they grew hair.
Well, you take a coin and you carefully shave off some of the gold, which you can then melt down and sell. Easy money.
I think I see a problem with that.
Yeah?
Well, I didn't think there was any gold in Ankh-Morpork dollars.
Well, there isn't. Not anymore. We kind of shaved them too much.
So what do you use the coin shaving room for?
We keep the kettle there. It sets off the new decor superbly.
That's why you redecorated it?
No, we used to keep the old kettle there, only all the wallpaper fell down.
Right. That is something people used to do. When they had silver coins, people would snip off the edges of coins because, hey, it's silver. It's pretty valuable.
I don't understand. Why is it guild policy not to discuss the murder?
Well, as you probably know, we formed the guild to stop the dreadful habit of visiting heroes robbing all the fat merchants.
Yeah, I heard that.
Ah, yonder lies a fat merchant, they'd cry, using that special landlord a flagon of your finest ale hero talk. Let us relieve him of some of his ill-gotten gains. Pon my scalliard. Next thing you know, they've robbed you blind. That's the thanks you get for years of service.
Years of service carefully mixing sand in the sugar and switching the number plates of the donkey carts.
Hey, that's a very stilted view. What about all the other top-quality bargains we offer?
Ah, yes. All those once-in-a-lifetime, never-to-be-repeated, absolutely didn't fall off the back of a cart offers.
Exactly. Plus, we keep the economy of the city running.
By giving small sums to the less smelly beggars?
Annually, yes.
You were telling me about guild policy.
Ah, yes. Anyway, it was decided that it would be the Merchants Guild's policy to fully further the aims of its members, advertise the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork, and beat 7 kinds of hell out of anyone with a leather loincloth.
Advertise the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork?
Are you saying you don't like Ankh-Morpork?
Oh, no. Absolutely not. I heard what you guys did to Castroaster.
Damn straight. He got tired real quick.
This doesn't explain why you can't discuss the murder with me.
Well, the Merchants Guild is supposed to be the shining beacon that shows the rest of the world how unsurpassably wonderful Ankh-Morpork is.
By robbing them blind?
Boy, watch it.
Sorry. Continue.
Anyway, the point is, it's bad publicity if we're seen to have a murder in our ranks.
Couldn't you sell it as a tourist attraction?
What?
You know, come to Ankh-Morpork, site of the infamous counterweight killings.
Show some respect. A merchant lies dead, struck down in his prime.
So do half a dozen other people.
True, but they weren't merchants.
What a lot of blather. Okay. Hey.
So how exactly do you go about advertising the civic charms of Ankh-Morpork?
We pursue those misguided people who publicly fail to recognize the many attractive points of this fine city.
Pursue?
Yes. We hire large gangs of men with ears like fists and fists like walnuts to point out that Ankh-Morpork is in fact a marvellously clean and decent city in which to live. A process whose ongoing nature might be swiftly curtailed if they don't shut up right now.
I suspect they see sense.
Oh yes, even if their eyes are a bit swollen.
A very aggressive campaign. Okay.
About this merchant that was killed.
Sorry, I am not allowed to discuss the incident with outsiders. A guild policy.
It wouldn't hurt to tell me the broad details, would it?
It would hurt a lot. They'd throw me off the roof.
No one's going to know.
I'd know about hitting the ground.
Is it really that important to you?
The Merchants Guild takes its policies very seriously.
So it seemed. I had to find a way to exploit that.
Okay.
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
I can't help you there.
Do you know anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks?
I can't help you there.
Fine. Can you broadly
Have you
tell me
heard about the
the
counterweight killings?
Who hasn't? It's the talk of the town. A gruesome serial killer in our own backyard.
Ankh-Morpork, where major political events are never talked about, but grisly murders are discussed over the dinner table.
Hey, if it isn't local news, I'm not interested.
Oh, of course. 10,000 killed in a pogrom in Omnia is irrelevant. But Ankh-Morpork man stubs toe on the Magdalen Bridge. Oh, that's news.
Someone stubbed their toe on the Magdalen Bridge?
Never mind.
No, hey.
Can you think of any reason that Mundy might have been hung upside down before he was killed?
I can't help you there.
Yeah, okay.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
Well, no one I know.
Okay.
There's talk of a bestial attacker loose in Ankh-Morpork. I was wondering if it might have killed that merchant.
Wonder away. But I'm not discussing the incident with you.
Damn. This was...
Yeah. Okay.
What do you know about a dwarf named Al-Khali?
Yeah. Okay.
Do you recognize this moss?
I don't know anything about that.
I had a...
Oh, we know where the coin's from, so we don't really need to show it to him.
Tempting as it was,
Just to beat you over the head with a crowbar.
I suppressed the urge. I was...
Okay. Bye! Okay, I don't get to have a look around there. Without, what's it called? Without talking to him.
I didn't want to transfer.
Yeah, okay. Hello again.
I need your help.
They'll...
Do you know anything about obscure jewels?
I know that the tear of Offla has been stolen again.
Again?
They spend 1 month of the year admiring it in the lost jeweled Temple of Doom, and 11 months of the year tracking it down after someone steals it.
And the other month?
In the 13th month, they have to fill out all their insurance forms.
In-sewer ants?
An Agatean concept. People pay money against the odds of a particular disaster or theft occurring. It's complicated.
Yeah. That would be the Lara Croft XP we were talking to last time, stealing the jewel over and over again.
Have you heard of dead men's pointy boots?
Indeed. It is said that in order to gain advancement to a higher position, the wizards of Unseen University fight a duel to the death armed only with their pointy boots.
Are you sure about that?
As sure as I am of everything.
Right.
What do you know about the murder of the patrician's clerk?
He wasn't killed. He's been smuggled out of Ankh-Morpork by a team of crack Ephebian ontological guerrillas.
Ontological guerrillas?
A vicious band of terrorist philosophers trying to spread their doctrine that our existence is purely an abstract experience mediated by a limited sensory experience, which cannot be relied upon to provide accurate perspectives or any true reality should one exist.
Sounds plausible.
So, they got to you too, did they?
I heard a prominent merchant was killed.
That's right. A gangland killing by the Shin-Kicker Triad. They told Bjorn Iron Trader to stop trading with their rivals, but he didn't listen to them.
I don't think that's the murder I'm interested in.
Maybe it should be.
What about the reader of esoteric occultism? Do you know about his murder?
Ha! Internal politics. It is of no consequence to the world what happens inside Unseen University.
Even if they accidentally summon hideous demons from beyond space and
sometimes
time?
they make it
As
everyone
long
else's
as
problem.
they stay inside Unseen University, no problem.
There's a lot of screaming coming from the university recently. Don't worry about it. Whatever.
I have some more questions. Ask them.
Okay.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
I prefer to involve myself.
Yeah, okay. Fine.
I asked Mooncalf where he was when he...
Yeah.
I asked... He always.
Okay.
I've heard that a bestial creature stalks the streets of Ankh-Morpork.
Indeed. Oh, perhaps the apocalypse is already upon us.
Yeah, we've heard this.
Well,
Okay.
do you recognize this moss?
I prefer to invoke.
I guess I could ask you about the moss.
I need your...
That
Do you recognize this moss?
is it, Gerald?
Gerald?
My pet lichen.
No, I don't think so.
It could be. Servants from foul old Ron's conspiracy kidnapped him many years ago for a purpose unknown.
Are you sure they didn't steal it to add flavor to their boot soup? It sounds more likely.
Possibly. It's always so hard to be sure.
Okay, never mind. It's not your pet moss. Who would know about moss? The gargoyle? No, never mind. I can't talk to him, okay? Nobby? What do you
Just
know
thought-
about mosses?
Oh, make it quick. Do you recognize this moss? No.
Okay. Good chat. Can I ask Gaspode about it? I think I have, and I don't think he knows.
I'm back. Do you recognize this moss?
Gordon.
Yeah.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
Gordon Benny.
Yeah.
Have you heard about the recent murder of a rich merchant?
No use asking me.
Okay, he doesn't know anything about those. We read this letter. That's from Ilsa. We went over here, and the magenta with flashing dots scent is around here, which I think it's the same as the serial killer.
I was sure it was the same scent. The trail led to the Temple of Small Gods. Then I lost it.
Yeah.
I could see that some...
I mean, that's Mooncarve, but, like, what? I'm pretty sure he can't phase through glass, so I don't think this is his smell. Partly also because all the other purple scents we've gotten have been women, so...
Some ale.
Mr. Lewton.
Hello, I died. I got better.
I heard that a merchant was murdered. You wouldn't know anything about it, would you, Samael?
A merchant? I think you better ask at a less reputable establishment. I could get into trouble suggesting that something was up in the Merchants Guild.
Why?
The cafe is part of the Merchants' Charter.
The merchant's charter?
It just means that if we're found to have caused any bad publicity for the city or the guild, they send someone round to smash the windows.
Doesn't that cause bad publicity?
I'd rather not pursue that interesting point.
Have you heard about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks?
Sure thing. I was interviewed by the Watch about it.
You? Why?
He was the clerk in charge of the palace stores. He was the one who bought the wine for the palace.
Okay.
Really? So do you know anything about the murder?
No, sorry. But there should be someone here from the palace any moment now to collect the next shipment. You could ask them.
I guess I could, but I doubt they'd tell me anything. I didn't want to bother.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. Are they outside right now, by the chance? I mean, if it's that golem, you know, good luck getting anything from them. No, it doesn't look like anyone's here. Okay. Probably someone who's going to appear later.
Oh, it is you, sir.
I'm just as thrilled.
Who would sir like to see this time?
Carlotta? Is she here?
I'd like to see Carlotta. Is she home?
I will go and check.
No. It's actually leaving. Okay, maybe we will be able to have a look around the place.
While the butler was gone, I slipped into my wolf form. A purple scent stretched across the hallway, and I instantly
Ruin the
knew
furniture.
it was Carlotta.
I think we're
But
already
that
doing
wasn't
that,
all.
not taking off our coat.
The richness of her odor told me something else. Carlotta was a werewolf, just like me.
Wow.
It seems that Carlotta is not in her room.
Take a message. Tell her to meet me at the Café Ankh later tonight.
As sir wishes.
If Carlotta was the werewolf who infected me, I wanted to speak to her as soon as possible. Sheesh! You'd think a guy could take one kiss and wake up the same shape next day, wouldn't you?
I don't think a kiss counts as a bite, but hey.
I doubled back on myself, trying to get a good look at the dwarf who was following me. It was Al-Kali. I slipped away into the streets before he realized I'd spotted him.
Who would sir like to see this time?
Okay then. I wasn't trying to do that, but sure.
Can I see the Count?
I am not in a position to know how good your vision is, but you may see the Count, which I believe is what sir actually meant in sir's untutored way.
The Count's health was getting worse. He wasn't making much sense.
Is that you? I knew you'd come for me sooner or later. Is it time? Is it time already? It's been such a long time, hasn't it? We've had fun together, haven't we? Soon enough.
Count?
Soon enough, my dear. Soon enough.
Count? It's Lewton.
He cannot hear you.
Why not?
It's almost his time.
Oh dear. Wow,
I've seen
Destin's
some
got some
scary
impressive
things in my
choppers.
time. I've seen men driven mad by money or women. I've seen wars where neither side has known what they were fighting over. I've seen Nobby getting out of the shower, and believe me, that was no picnic.
He takes
I
showers?
didn't really discover what terror was until I found myself talking to a 7-foot-high skeleton with a scythe. Your death!
Am I? You know, I wondered why I was carrying the scythe around.
Am I?
Are you what? A selfish, bitter man who has yet to squander his one last chance at redemption?
Am I dead?
No. It's not your time.
I thought you might have missed me the other day when I was stabbed and you've only just got around to me.
I'm famously punctual.
So why are you here?
I've come out for the count, so to speak.
Oh, well, that's a shame. I was hoping to ask him a few questions.
You seem remarkably calm for one who's just seen the defeater of empires, the swallower of oceans, the thief of years, the ultimate reality, the harvester of mankind, and the assassin against whom no lock will hold. That's me, in case you have trouble with long sentences.
It's been that kind of week. How long has he got?
That depends on you.
On me? I thought our time was allocated by the fates.
It is true that fate is the ultimate master of life and death. But even fate takes a back seat to the laws of narrative causality.
I don't understand.
Really? Who said you were supposed to?
You might give me a clue.
Let's just say that the actions of one person may change the way the whole story is told.
I don't understand.
Don't worry, it'll all become clear to you at the end.
I guess that's towards us. Interesting. You're saying that there's a branching path in the game, is there?
How come you're here?
I came on my horse.
What is it? A skeletal horse whose hooves spark with flames with each step?
No, just my horse. I call him Binky.
And he's not a skeleton?
He happens to be very well fed and looked after, thank you very much.
I still don't understand why you're here. I mean, you're death. Shouldn't you be everywhere?
I am everywhere.
But you're here.
Yes. As well. Don't try to work it out. Even I don't fully understand it. It involves really complicated numbers.
You turn up like this for everyone?
Generally, I'm only expected to make an actual appearance on special occasions.
And this is a special occasion?
Not yet. I've arrived ahead of time. But there's going to be a lot of business in Ankh-Morpork soon, so it doesn't hurt for me to get here a little early.
You wouldn't care to tell me more about this, I suppose?
The immediate future is not a matter on which I propose to enlighten you, no.
Okay.
How come I can see you? Is it something to do with me being a werewolf?
In a sense. It has much more to do with certain other matters.
Such as?
Ordinarily, I am only perceived by those who are about to die.
So you are invisible? That must be useful.
I'm not invisible, as such. People just can't see me. They won't allow themselves to do it. Until it's time, of course. Wizards can see me, and cats. Odd, really, but there you go.
But I can see you.
Indeed. People in a state of heightened awareness sometimes stop seeing what they expect to see and start seeing what is really there.
Like with Gaspode.
Frankly, I think your seeing me has more to do with your quest for the golden sword.
You know about that?
I've been around. I hear things.
Why should the sword be a factor?
Well, it's more to do with narrative causality, as I said.
It's not really a quest. I mean, I'm just investigating a few murders.
Believe me, I know. I was there.
You mentioned narrative causality before.
Did I? I must be becoming careless.
Why? Aren't you allowed to discuss it?
It's not exactly against the rules. But it might ruin it if I told you.
Ruin what?
The story.
Yeah, right. Discworld runs off of narrative causality, or narratives, right? So, basically, it's run by the books which were written about it. So, the stories go in a certain way. And sometimes this is actually worked into the plots of the books, in that if a famous story is being told, it sort of gains its own, what would be the word? Impetuousness? Its own, like, force behind it, and it sort of tries to complete itself in the way it's supposed to go. Witches Abroad gets into this more. So he's more just saying, things will unfold because you're playing the game, and the story will unfold because of that.
Do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
Of course.
You were there?
Well, yes. I have to be. But this is very irregular.
Of course. You know about all these murders, don't you? I mean, you're basically an accessory after the fact. Or possibly before the fact.
Young man, I am the fact.
Well, tell me everything you know.
Are you sure? It would take millions of years.
I meant about this case. We could stop anyone else from being killed.
No. Absolutely not. You can't expect me to be a witness in a murder inquiry. I'm going to take the fifth.
The fifth what?
No one ever says what fifth. They just take it. And I'll have the 6th, 7th, and 15th through 23rd, just to be on the safe side.
So you won't tell me anything?
Oh, lots of things. I like to talk to a man who likes to talk.
But you won't tell me anything about the murders?
I will not. Supposing that caught on, you think I want to spend every day in a witness box?
Even though Death said he wouldn't tell me anything, I had a suspicion that I might be able to learn something if I could just trip him up. I'd have to be careful, though. The last thing I wanted was to get Death upset with me. He's not a guy you want as your enemy.
Right.
Can't you just tell me who killed Mundy?
I won't squeal, copper. No one will ever say that Death is a pigeon on a stool, you doity... you doity rodent of some sort. I say, this is fun, isn't it?
I don't know what that's a reference to. Oh, yeah, okay. You doity rat! Some gangster movie, I'm guessing. I haven't seen. Or just the stereotype. What about the sword?
Do you know anything about golden swords?
I've seen a couple in my time.
Such as?
Oh, I don't know. If you've seen one golden sword, you've seen them all.
I'm surprised that there'd be so many, considering gold's not really a good material to make a sword out of, but... Well, I guess on the one hand it is good. It looks pretty flash. Not very good for practicality, though.
Do you know anything about jewels?
Jewels?
Oh, hello.
Shiny. Not much use for anything except looking pretty.
Count von Uberwald?
Has it turned cold again? I can't tell.
There's life in the old Count yet.
There will be. Right up until the end.
What about you?
I'll be there.
No, I mean, do you know anything about jewels?
I once had to acquire a diamond for a friend.
Where did you find it?
In a temple. They thought it was the tear of a god.
Was it?
No. Gods never weep. Sometimes the imagination of mankind astonishes me.
You don't know anything about gold-plated jewels?
Sorry, no.
I don't know what that was a reference to. Unless it's like the Tear of Hoffler again or something.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
They use it at the Unseen University, do they not?
So I understand.
It is accurate. The wizards do have pointy boots. It's traditional.
I think it has some other meaning.
That would explain why I have heard it mentioned in the guilds. Their boots are seldom pointy.
I feel like at this point we know what is meant by this phrase, and, like, Lewton's not very good at... He's not very smart. To me, it seems obvious that it means, you know, just... Well, you know, you kill the other wizard and you take their shoes. You fill in their role, you take their position, and as in the color of magic, you take their shoes as well.
When I mentioned the murder...
He doesn't... I think we were pretty much told that, but he doesn't seem to realize that.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
I already told you that I cannot discuss the details of my work with you.
Okay.
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
I already...
Yeah.
Do you know a troll by the name of Jasper Horst?
I haven't met them. Yet.
Fine.
I think the murderer I'm looking for is some kind of beast.
No doubt you will find out soon enough.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
I haven't met them. Yet.
Yeah, okay.
Do you...
I haven't yet.
Fine. Don't really have that many topics.
It seems a woman that I've been involved with is a werewolf.
Indeed.
Her name's Carlotta. She's the mistress of the house, I guess.
Carlotta, Yes, of course she is. Couldn't be part of the von Uberwalds if she wasn't, You'd be a werewolf, too, if you married her.
The von Uberwalds are all werewolves.
Really? How do you know that?
How do I know that, eh? How could I not know that? I was married myself, you know. Do you remember my wife?
Yes.
No.
Before your time,
No one was before my time.
I'm not talking to you. Okay, so assumably he's a werewolf as well. Maybe explains the lack of pants.
I don't suppose you know anything about mosses.
Moss? Did you say moss? Plants. Yes. Lots of plants here. Can't remember much about them these days. The memory fails. There are books, though. I forget where. Yes. The library's apocrypha. All the books are there, you know?
May I use the library?
Eh? What was that, my boy? The library. Ah, yes. The library's apocrypha. All the books are there, you know? You can use it if it will help your inquiries. How go your inquiries? Have you heard from Reagan?
No, not yet.
This room contains the von Uberwald's Libraris Apocrypha. So will, I trust, be careful not to damage any of the priceless tomes housed within.
I'll be careful.
One would be very upset if one was to return to find, sir, perhaps folding paper animals from a priceless folio edition of the Dictionary of Eye-Watering Words.
What are they?
They are books, sir.
I realize that. What are they about?
The Libraris Apocrypha is a collection of obscurities and rare volumes from across the continent. If knowledge were an animal, the Libraris would be a great dragon. Sir, by the same scale, would be a kebab on an ant's barbecue.
I'll be careful.
Okay. Books. Let's have a look. Index cards. Oh boy.
The library was the von Uberwald's collection of obscurities. Perhaps I could turn it to my advantage. I grabbed a book from the shelves. Jane's All the World's Siege Weapons. Fascinating stuff. If I was planning to storm a castle and I had the defense budget of a small barony.
I have to say, they're not stacking these books on the shelves incredibly, very nicely. Like these ones up here and lying on top of each other like that? Ugh. Anyway. Let's have a look at the index cards.
I could mess up the filing system, I suppose, if I wanted the butler to eviscerate me with sarcasm the next time I saw him. A far better plan would be to use the index to look up a book on a particular subject.
Yes, that's how you use an index catalog. You don't just take a bunch of cards out, you flick through them until you find the one you need, and then you take that, leaving them in the spot, or putting a piece of paper in there so you know where you took it out from. I guess look at it, okay, instead of taking the entire thing. Lewton, please. It's doing a shimmy.
The books were all neatly indexed by a vast series of cards in a wooden case. It looked like the von Uberwalds were using an ancient version of Huey's octal system of indexing. It was complicated, but I reckoned I could at least use it to find out what books they had on a particular subject, and then wander around until I saw a bookshelf with the right number on it.
That's the long and short of it.
I could mess up a far...
Okay, do I have to, like... Oh,
some moss.
Hang on, no. Can I turn into a wolf here?
Although I appeared to be alone, I found it hard to believe I wasn't being watched. I wouldn't trust me with all those valuable books, and the butler certainly didn't.
Okay, so he's probably out there looking at me, right? So what am I... No. What am I looking for? Oh, right, the moss, wasn't it?
I found a copy of Orange Crates on the Nature of Plants. The book was a tediously detailed study of the plant kingdom, and one of the most boring things I've ever read. But I found the moss in there. Apparently it was a lycanthrope, a type of animate moss with crude locomotion.
That's a terrible
found only in the worst sewers in the most decrepit urban areas. Apparently the lycanthrope looked like harmless moss until something to eat walked by. Then they transformed into a deadly lichen and devoured their prey, at least as long as it was small enough. Otherwise they just clung on for dear life.
Oh, God. Okay. Oh, we lost our moss. No. Well, at least we didn't turn into a lycanthrope.
The lycanthrope only grew in sewers. I had to find out how to get into the sewers of Ankh-Morpork. Not many people could claim that.
Right. Bye. Let's go here. Hey, Mankin. I'm going to annoy you some more.
My usual, please. Lewton, you're... What? Is my tie not done up straight? Is there an unfortunate mark on my nose? I heard you were dead. Perhaps I am. Get me a stiff drink. How about a whiskey? Don't you want something with it? All right, put another whiskey in there. Drinking like that'll kill you. I'm dead already. You didn't come back here to drink, did you? How's business been?
Poor. Sapphire's missed several days. I don't think she's coming back.
You could be right.
So this is the small talk to win me over before you start grilling me again, is it?
You may be onto something there.
I hope you know you're not making any friends here.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
No.
Okay. What was it that I could ask you about?
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
Leave me alone.
Oh, right, the, merchant.
I hear a prominent merchant has been killed. Heard anything about it?
All I heard was that someone in the Merchants Guild got killed. That's all I know.
Okay, fine. Well, we know that, so... And you don't know about that, because we asked Samael about it. Okay. Oh. Hey, I'm looking to get into the sewers.
Did you know there were sewers under Ankh-Morpork?
Really? Under? I thought they were at street level.
Aha. Do you know anything about them?
Nope.
Okay. Good chat. Shame about Sapphire. What place would be attached to the...
You wanted to see me.
Oh,
I
hello.
tried to reach you at the mansion, but you're never around when I need you.
You never need me when I'm around.
A funny thing happened to me the other day.
You arranged all this just to tell me an anecdote?
It's a funny little story. I think you'll like it.
I'm listening.
The other night, someone stuck a sword through my ribs.
Ah, it must have been someone who knew you well.
The thing is, not long afterwards, I was in my coffin thinking about it when I realized I wasn't dead.
That was lucky.
Luck was not a factor. Why did you do it, Carlotta?
Do what?
Make me a werewolf.
If I hadn't, you'd be dead. Would you prefer that?
That's not the point, and you know it. You did something to me that was going to change who I was for the rest of my life, and you didn't even tell me.
I didn't think you'd understand. Besides, it wasn't as if I planned it.
Are you telling me you turned me into a werewolf by accident?
How long have you been a werewolf now?
Not long.
Have you felt what it's like? That force that pulls on you, that draws your attention to every jugular, pulsing with life? The irrepressible call of fresh blood? A sudden attention to the phases of the moon?
I have to fight to keep control.
We all do. Coming to a city of 1 million people, it's like a starving monkey wandering into a banana plantation. You learn to live with it.
And you decided to infect me with lycanthropy?
Infect is such a negative word. I prefer blessed.
You think this is a gift?
Of course it's a gift. It's the greatest gift I could give to someone. And I chose you.
Why?
You're a smart man, Lewton. Figure it out.
Because I'm going to keep going after the golden sword? Okay, so she is the one who turned us into a werewolf. Probably not the one who killed us, then. Or the one who stabbed us with the sword, which, going by the point of view, was probably another werewolf.
Do you know anything about the sewers beneath Ankh-Morpork?
I'm sure you can.
I take it you don't know where the golden sword is now.
Of course not. Do you think I wouldn't tell you?
Frankly, my dear, I don't know what to think. There didn't seem...
Okay.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
I'm sure.
Okay, so I got stabbed. Well, I dropped the sword. I got stabbed with the sword.
Do you know anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks?
No, I don't.
Have you heard about the recent murder of a rich merchant?
Sorry, Lewton. I'm not an expert on murders, despite what you may think.
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
No.
Okay.
Have you seen anything strange around town recently?
What kind of strange?
A little birdie eater told me that Malachite was killed by something bestial.
A werewolf?
I don't think so. Whatever, it was vicious.
You don't think werewolves are vicious?
I think we've
You
heard
should
this.
hear my aunts talk about me behind my back.
I think whatever this thing is, it's more powerful than just a werewolf.
Okay.
So, how many people have you killed?
I'm not that kind of a werewolf.
I suspected you were a killer even when you were just a woman. Now, I'm certain of it.
I was never just a woman.
You expect me to believe you've never killed anyone?
I have a lot of self-control.
It didn't seem that way when we kissed.
Don't mistake passion for a lack of self-control.
Do all werewolves see the world the same?
Everyone sees the world differently, Lewton. That's what life is all about.
I meant the colors. Do you see the same colors I do?
What color is the smell of the river Ankh to you?
A kind of cacophonous bright green.
I guess we do then.
Whoever killed me had a distinctive magenta scent. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Doesn't ring any bells.
There was something else about it, like a kind of fluorescent sparkle.
Like a greenish yellow-purple?
That's the one.
That's octarine.
Octarine? Sounds like a type of fruit.
It's the 8th color of the spectrum.
8th?
The basic color of which other colors are merely pale shadows impinging on conventional reality. The color of magic.
Conventional reality?
Or what passes for conventional on the Discworld.
What's that supposed to mean?
If I always knew what I meant, I'd be a genius.
So what smells of octarine?
Anything magical.
Then how come I've never seen it before? There must be 100 magical things in the city. Unseen University should glow like a sparkler.
Mortals can't see it, only wizards. Although we can smell it, of course.
That doesn't explain why Unseen University doesn't reek of it.
Well, it fades quickly in sunlight, and in extreme cases, walks away.
Fine. Okay. Probably is why we can look at the chalkboard. Maybe so we can isolate the smell of it? I can't compare other smells, can I? No.
What do you
He works with horse.
with him?
It's... Are you...
Okay. Heard that. Okay, I don't think
Where can I
there's
find you?
I'll be around.
That's not very helpful.
What can I say? I go where I want to, with anybody I want. I just happen to be that kind of girl.
This isn't over, Carlotta.
I hope not. We don't have to be enemies, Lewton.
We'll never be friends.
Let's not fight, Lewton. We can work together, recover the sword together.
I don't know who you are anymore.
I'm the same girl I ever was, Lewton. It's you that's changed.
You're telling me.
You know, Lewton, you don't have to work with me. You don't have to say anything, and you don't have to do anything. Not a thing. Oh, maybe just howl. You know how to howl, don't you, Lewton? You just pull your jaws apart and blow.
After Carlotta had left, I sat alone in the cafe, thinking about my problems. As bad as it seemed, my life was still better than it was a few years ago. Back then, I would have sat alone in the cafe, drinking through my problems. Some ale, Mr. Lewton.
Hello.
Do you know anything about the sewers beneath Ankh-Morpork?
I wouldn't know.
No, okay. I don't know anything about those sewers.
I couldn't exactly...
Yeah, okay. Well, I thought maybe you would have something to say about the sewers, but I guess not. Like, maybe the basement has an entrance into the sewers in it? Shrug. Can't turn into a werewolf in here, can I?
I was pretty sure Samael wouldn't mind me slipping into wolf form, but it still didn't feel right. I just couldn't do it while somebody watched.
Okay. And we can't move around, I don't think, when we're in that form. Or at least not... Some places we can, others we can't.
Turning into a... I was...
So, like, I can go down here and I can transform, but I can't go up the stairs. Okay. Hey, Gaspode, can you tell me about the sewers? Maybe you know how to get into them.
I'm back.
Good boy.
I know this woman called Carlotta von Uberwald. It seems she's a werewolf.
She the one that infected you?
Yes, although I don't know if she meant to do it.
What? You mean she accidentally bit you?
Yeah, she was kissing me.
Bitches. Nothing but trouble.
Is that really what we're going with? I thought she would have found us when we were lying on the ground and she bit us then, but oh, okay.
Do you know anything about the sewers underneath Ankh-Morpork?
There's sewers under Ankh-Morpork? That explains a lot.
Oh, come on, you're probably gone. Nobby!
Just thought we could have a little chat. Oh, all right then. Make it quick.
You're very busy. Sewers!
Did you know there are sewers under Ankh-Morpork?
Yeah, I heard that. But they're underwater, except during a drought. Why do you ask?
Never mind.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of dead men's pointy boots?
No. What is it?
Something they mentioned at the university. It's possible that murder was something to do with internal politics. It used to be that the one legal way to get ahead as a wizard was to kill a more senior wizard.
Really?
I seriously doubt it.
I wouldn't suggest that of the Merchants Guild.
Why not?
They're a bit touchy about that sort of thing at the guilds. No one likes an ambitious person.
That's why you've got so many friends, Nobby.
Okay.
Well, you must...
But just get at...
Okay. Yeah.
I found out about the murder at the university.
Really?
His name was Matham, and they found him poisoned in the Widdershin's wing. Tell Vimes.
Mr. Vimes?
Believe it or not, I want to get to the bottom of this case as much as he does.
I don't think anyone could want to get to the bottom of a case more than Mr. Vimes.
These are interesting times.
Okay.
Mind if I ask some more questions?
As long as they're not about the incident. Be my guest.
What do you know about shoes?
I hear up at the Unseen University, they talk about dead men's pointy boots.
Yes, I've heard of that.
Really?
Yes, they ask no questions about how a wizard's shoes were emptied.
Operate the same policy here, do you?
What? Hey, what are you implying?
Well, you know. Here you are, stuck on the door. Then a merchant gets killed, leaving a vacancy in the hierarchy.
I did not kill Gaming.
But there aren't any witnesses to that, are there?
There aren't any witnesses at all. He was alone in the guild house when... Oops.
Thanks for the information.
Wait. Don't tell anyone I said anything. They'll lynch me.
I'll keep quiet if you tell me everything you know.
No, I've already said too much.
Well, it was good while it lasted. Now all I had to find out was how Gaiman had been killed. And I had a feeling I wasn't going to learn that here.
Okay. Teasing bits of information from people very slowly.
Do you know anything about the sewers beneath Ankh-Morpork?
I don't know anything about that.
When I use the toilet, I don't know. It just goes away, disappears. It's a mystery. Well, that, I guess they just toss it out into the river. Or into the street. Whichever's closest. No, they have people who come around with a cart. Don't they?
I
Hello again.
need your help.
There?
Have you heard about sewers beneath Ankh-Morpork?
Of course, but you don't want to go there.
Why?
Because of the albino alligators. You don't want to tangle with them, Lewton.
I have to stay out because there's alligators in the sewers.
Well, that and the fact that they're below the water table. You can't breathe water, can you?
I've never tried.
Okay. Yeah, we've been in the Ankh on the Ankh a few times, but
I have some more Do you know anything about the sewers beneath Ankh-Morpork? I prefer...
okay, never mind.
Did your church buy that window?
We are not a church.
What's the
Demo church. Now, it depicts how the eternal...
Okay.
Well,
It's all just irrelevant stuff. At least at the moment.
Who would say...
Let's see.
Can I see the...
I am not in a...
Still here, I see.
In a sense.
Boink. I wish he wouldn't pop in like that.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
They use it at the unseen.
So
It is the wizards do it.
I think...
That would there.
Do you know anything about the sewers beneath Ankh-Morpork?
I cannot help you with that.
Okay then. Never mind.
Can you...
I already...
Yeah, okay. He won't tell us about the murders. You have to ask about other things.
What do you know about a dwarf named Al-Kali?
I haven't met them yet.
Okay.
It seems a woman that I've been. Her name's. She's
Carlotta. Of course, you
the real. How do you?
Okay,
Yeah.
No.
No.
okay.
Neither the Count nor Death seemed likely people to discuss that particular matter with. Neither the
I can help him along with the crowbar.
Okay.
Bye.
There was still no sign of Horst in his quarters. He could be anywhere.
I'm guessing if we have to swap over to disc 1, this area is not really relevant to us anymore. Okay.
I was pretty sure. I tried to write on the the chalk marks were in. I was pretty sure I'd learned.
Okay. Don't want to talk to you anymore.
Still here? Do you know anything about the sewers beneath Ankh-Morpork?
I'm just a Bledlow, Lewton. No, I don't.
Okay. Would she know anything
Mrs.
about it?
Well, what do you... I have...
Do you know anything about the sewers beneath Ankh-Morpork?
I have better things to be doing than talking to you, you know.
Dead men's pointy boots?
Yes. No questions asked as to the manner of their emptying, if you know what I mean.
I see.
Okay.
I guess
Very...
Set your...
Is there anything else to learn from here?
Both scents. The distinctive bouquet.
Okay. Oh, hello.
They looked like ordinary bandages, but at some point they'd been soaked in plaster. What they were doing in Rodin's workshop was anyone's guess.
Didn't see those before.
I'd found the plaster-encrusted bandages on the floor of Rodin's workshop. Apart from the fact that they'd been soaked in plaster and left to dry, there didn't seem to be anything unusual about them.
Someone bandaged up and then disguised as a statue?
All I knew about the statue was that it was a work in progress. I didn't have any reason to steal Rodin's statue. Just thought we could... Oh, make it...
Do these mean anything?
Do these mean anything to you?
I said it first.
Well, it could be the work of a plaster surgeon.
A plaster surgeon?
Yeah, they're cosmetic surgeons for trolls. Some troll's on the run, wants to change his face. Well, he goes to a plaster surgeon. The Watch would like to get their hands on any plaster surgeons working in Ankh-Morpork, I can tell you.
Don't you want to know where I got them?
They're just some plaster-soaked bandages. Why would I be interested?
Nobby, do you ever actually do any detective work?
Well, I'm only a corporal.
I'm beginning to understand how detritus got to be sergeant.
Well, not be so interested in getting a higher rank with more responsibilities. Okay. So... No.
I'm back. Do these bandages mean anything to you?
I can't help you with that, son.
Yeah.
I hear one of the clerk.
Ask.
On...
Well,
I can't push you about that anymore, because I know that they're the one who organizes the ordering of wine. Probably don't know anything about the murders.
Are there sewers under Ankh-Morpork?
oh yes. Huge rat-infested sewers with deadly vegetation and giant albino alligators. You don't want to go in there.
Don't listen to him. He believes everything that guy at the temple tells him.
I do not.
Name one thing he's told you that you didn't believe.
He told me to trust no one. I didn't believe that.
Oh, yeah? Why not?
It doesn't make any sense, does it? I'd have to trust him if I was going to trust no one, and then I wouldn't be trusting no one.
Good grief! Why did I have to get posted with you?
About the sewers.
There aren't any sewers.
There are two.
All right. Let's settle this by arbitration. Do you think there's sewers under Ankh-Morpork?
Yes, I think there has to be.
Aha! See? Hold on. Now, do you think they're full of rats, deadly vegetation, and albino alligators?
Well, it depends what you mean by deadly. Deadly to what?
Just forget it.
That's 3-1 then.
For the week.
Now, just for today.
No, it's not! I did not concede that mechanistic reductionism was a superior way of investigating consensual reality when compared to a more traditional, holistic approach.
Not superior, no. But you agreed it might be a more reliable method.
Okay, but we never settled whose turn it was to make the tea, did we?
You don't want to make the tea, do you?
No, thanks.
Right?
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
I can't help you with...
Yeah. Okay. Can I ask them about anything? I can.
It always looked much... Just a few... Do you know anything about the sewers beneath Ankh-Morpork?
Yes, you can use it if you like.
You didn't listen to a word I just said, did you?
Be my guest.
Okay.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
I am sorry, what did you say? I wasn't listening.
Bleh.
Do these bandages mean anything to you?
Yes, you can use it.
You...
Be my guest.
Okay,
Two Conkers was Ilsa's companion, an Agatean with a sharp mind but a slender grasp on the local tongue. He was also Ilsa's husband. I still didn't know how I felt about that. Just a few more...
Okay, I can only talk... I talk to them as a pair.
Force,
Like, in there?
The...
What threads have I got then? The murder in the university, the murder in the Merchants Guild. And the one in the palace. I guess I have to find a way into the sewers to be able to get into these places. Outside of where I'm supposed to go. She's not here.
Who would say?
I'd like to see Carlotta. Is she home?
I will go and announce.
You're up late.
I can never sleep after I've been stabbed to death.
What did you want to talk about?
What do you know about sewers?
Do you know anything about the sewers beneath Ankh-Morpork?
I'm sure you can.
Fine.
I'm sure.
Do these bandages mean anything to you?
I'm sure.
I told Carlotta when Malachite was murdered.
I was at
a servant. I bet. Why don't... How do you...
I doubt.
A man can... Don't you have a...
I'd rather... It's such... No, I don't.
I've asked you about all of them.
So, do you set up some poor sap and get him to do your dirty work?
All right. I admit, I deceived you. But you're not my puppet, Lewton. You never were. I could see the fire in you, and I liked it.
That's why you infected me?
You haven't been a werewolf for long. You don't know what it's like. You can't have a decent relationship with mortals when you're a bloodthirsty wolf 1 week out of every month.
You ruined my life so you could have a companion?
Don't be so melodramatic, Lewton. It doesn't suit you.
What would you call it?
I gave you a gift, and it's a wonderful gift. You just have to get used to it.
Of all the washed-up men in all the cities on the disc, why did you come to me?
Why does anyone do anything? We're all pawns in someone's game, Lewton. The best we can hope for is to take charge of our lives. And don't forget, never forget, if I hadn't done this, you'd be dead. I saved your life.
It wasn't much of a life to save.
It could be.
If I became your lapdog, I could never do that.
I wouldn't ask you to. You're special, Lewton. You're like me. The law isn't for people like us.
What is?
Well, that's another thing I've been trying to figure out for years.
I'll be in touch.
I'll be waiting.
Okay.
Who would...
Could I ask you about the sewers?
Do you know anything about...
Sir would have to consult the library on that.
Ah, good point. I guess I could do that.
I'd like to use the library again.
Very well, I will...
No, you said something different. Sorry. Hey, it actually goes to a different
I
location.
checked through the library and found some ancient plans of the city of Ankh. There was an intricate sewer system beneath the city. It must be thousands of years old. It would be in quite a state if it was still around, and as far as I could tell, it would be under the waterline if there wasn't a drought on. Given the rains that we'd had recently, I could only find one section of sewer that might be above water. There was a shallow sewer running from the Magdalen Bridge around the rimward side of the Royal Winter Palace of the Kings of Ankh, now the home of the patrician. I guess the designers weren't allowed to put sewers under the palace grounds, which might have been why the Royal Summer Palace of the Kings of Ankh was a long way from Ankh-Morpork. That and the stench of the river Ankh, anyway.
Yeah. During the summer, the city smells so bad, all the rich people go and leave. Why does that sound familiar?
I didn't really know how to look that up in the library.
Okay. See if you can learn anything else about the coin.
Whatever the coin was, I couldn't find anything about it here.
Okay then. Well, we know what the coin is. We've been told several times, in fact. What about the envelope?
I didn't really...
No, I guess it is just an envelope. Oh, we can look up that phrase, perhaps. Maybe not.
I looked up unseen university policy in the library and found the university prospectus. Not only were the iconographs in it at least 30 years out of date, but the prospectus made Ankh-Morpork sound like the cultural center of the disc, and not the rancorous cesspool that it was. It did mention, however, that progression through the 8 levels of wizardry is determined in part by the acquisition of degree qualifications, and particularly towards the top of the tree, where the number of places became few and far between, by a policy of dead man's pointy boots, no questions being asked about the manner of them emptying. This information, although thorough, seemed of absolutely no use to me.
Okay then. I guess it's just a topic which we have, which isn't really relevant to anything. Maybe we could learn about the golden sword here as well.
None of the books on jewels or antiquities I could find said anything about a gold-plated jewel. I couldn't write off the possibility that there was something in the library that I hadn't managed to find, though. If I knew what it was called, it'd be easier.
Yeah, Tukonka didn't seem to know what it was called, or at least he didn't tell us what it was called.
Finding a book on swords wasn't as difficult as I thought. I even found a tome on gold blades. 1001 Golden Swords, the complete story of gold swords throughout history. Unfortunately, it wasn't very helpful.
Okay then. I guess this is also where we need to know the actual name of the object.
I didn't really...
Could we look up something about ritualistic murders?
I didn't really know.
No? Okay. That clock's ticking is annoying. It's offbeat. Okay. Oh, hey!
A shallow sewer running from the brass bridge and then around the rimward edge of the patrician's palace.
Delightful.
The ancient civic plans from the library led me straight to the sewer's entrance, not far from the Mortland Bridge. A relatively small tunnel was concealed beneath a pile of debris that must have accumulated over the centuries. It looked as if most of the tunnels here were actually still above the water line, or the sludge line, to be more honest about it.
Delightful. There's railings.
I wasn't even sure it really was water.
Well, it's assumably some kind of liquid.
The smell of the Ankh was unbearably strong in the sewer, and it was all I could do to remain conscious.
Okay. Covering up anything else.
The passage had led me this far, and I couldn't wait to use it to get back out again.
Is this an obligatory maze section? Oh, hello.
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewers, starting at one of the pipes and disappearing into the passageways. It was almost drowned out by the smell of the Ankh, though.
Interesting.
It was the same scent. The trail that it was almost...
So something which is small enough to go through the pipe. Okay. This is how it's going to be, is it? Fine, I've got time. Oh, we came out there. Okay. Oh. Well, I went into wolf form again, and it didn't seem like anything had changed.
The smell.
I thought maybe follow the trail. Let's have a look at the gutter pipe.
The pipe seemed like any other in the sewer, but for some reason my killer's trail seemed to pass through it. Looking up the length of the pipe, I could see a grill in the roof of the sewers, and I could make out the temple of small gods at the top.
Okay, that explains how they disappeared, I guess. So he keeps entering from different directions. Like, I thought, oh, let's go follow the trail. But that didn't seem to do anything? Oh, hello. There's a niche there.
There were far too many niches for me to search by hand. It would take forever.
Right. This is where a compass could be helpful.
There were far too... It would take... Empty.
Well, I could search that one. Hello, welcome, Wax.
Empty.
Okay.
Empty.
Okay, maybe we don't know how to get through here just yet. No. Okay, so if we go back here...
This was the... I'd lost the trail. I couldn't tell where it went from here.
Oh, hang on. I'm being a bit of a dummy. We could just follow it. While in wolf form, couldn't we?
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewers, starting at one of the pipes and disappearing into the passageways. It was almost drowned out by the smell of the Ankh, though.
A lair?
The lair was concealed in one of the sewer's many niches. The magenta scent permeated the niche, stronger even than the smell of the Ankh. There weren't many times in life you got to say that. It was definitely the scent from the cemetery. I still didn't know what the coruscating static meant, though.
Well, we do. It means there's magic. Something about it's magical.
There was all manner of debris piled up inside the niche. It looked like some kind of nest. I was strongly reminded of what I'd found in the Milka's cargo hold, only this nest seemed bigger somehow.
In the crate? Yeah, okay. I can't take anything.
Amongst the garbage was some kind of pendant.
Oh, okay.
Amongst the garbage was some kind of pendant. As I stood in the alcove examining the pendant, I felt as if I wasn't alone. It was the same presence I'd felt in the milker's hold. I could feel the cold touch of death upon me. It was a strangely light touch.
Oh. Hello.
Size obviously isn't important, I agree. You are Death, right? Rats have their own death? No offense, I mean, you're very, very intimidating. For a skeletal rat, at least. So what's your connection to the big guy? You're sort of like relatives, then. You probably get together for birthdays and hogwatch night. I'd like to see that.
Yeah. Hey, it's the Grim Squeaker. Death of Rats. I think in Reaper Man, a whole bunch of different aspects of death appear for different species. Afterwards, most of them end up rejoining back into death. But the Death of Rats was left over. And I don't know, death just keeps it around for the company. They're sort of part of the same guy, but Death of Rats has a kind of a different personality. More of an investigative nature?
If you don't mind me asking, were you on the Milka before? I thought so. What were you doing on the Milka? Uh-huh. No, please, go on. Did you see anything? Well, I don't know, anything unusual. Anything else? Yeah, I saw that.
Sounds like someone rubbing
And
a
that's
balloon.
here. This is its lair. It can't be very big. That's not very comforting. But I guess that's not your job. Comfort, I mean. I wasn't suggesting you weren't good at your job. I've never looked at it that way before. I couldn't believe it. I was talking to a phantasmal rodent. I hoped he couldn't read my thoughts. He seems easily offended. So, what's it like being the Death of Rats?
I see.
You don't get to talk much, do you?
What can you tell me about a golden sword?
I'm trying to find a golden sword. Can you help? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the last time I saw it, when it was sticking out of my ribs.
Okay.
Do you know anything about Reagan's murder?
No.
I couldn't exactly slip...
I don't think you'd care, but okay, whatever.
Can you think of any reason that Mundy might have been hung upside down before he was killed?
No, I guess.
Does dead men's pointy boots mean anything to you?
Okay, we've found out about that, so.
Can you help me find a jewel?
Squeak.
Sorry, I forgot. You're a busy entity.
Yeah. It's got a schedule to keep.
Can you tell me anything about Matham's murder?
No.
Have you heard about the recent murder of a rich merchant? Do you know anything about the murder of one of the patrician's clerks? Well, can you at least give me a hint? I see.
What? He didn't even say anything.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings? Well, no, it's not the rats that are being murdered. That's fair enough, I suppose. I'll be sure to come to you the first time I am investigating a serial rat killer. Wee Mad Arthur? He's not a serial killer, he's an exterminator. Well, fair point, I suppose.
Wee Mad Arthur is a gnome. I think a gnome in the employ of Is he part of the Watch? No, that's Buggy Swires. Yeah, okay, I don't think Wee Mad Arthur is member of the Watch. But he is a gnome, and gnomes in Discworld are like 6 inches tall, and incredibly strong. Like, they could lift you up by 1 foot if you decided to try and step on them strong, and smack you into the cobbles. Wee Mad Arthur is an exterminator. He goes around dealing with rats, which, again, means, like, beating them up one-on-one. Picking on someone their own side. He might be vaguely related to the Knack McFeagles from the Tiffany Aching books. I remember reading on the wiki that there was some relation there between them, and that the Knack McFeagles are like Scottish gnomes. They're blue. They wear kilts. They're blue because they've got tattoos all over their body. And they swear a lot.
What do you know about the murder of Mount Malachite?
Nothing. Okay.
Do these bandages mean anything to you?
No. Okay, what about this thing we just picked up?
I found this in the nest. Do you know anything about it? It was on the Milka, so this thing brought it here for some reason. I could really use some help, you know. Oh, forget I asked.
He is being helpful.
I'd found the pendant in the sewers. How it got there was anyone's guess. So, do you come here often? I'm sorry, it's not easy to think of things to say to something like you. Well, it's not often I find myself in the sewers talking to a... What are you exactly? Exactly.
An anthropomorphic personification of the inevitability of the limited lifespan of a rat.
Well, it was nice meeting you. I have to get going. It's not like that. I have a lot of work to do. You too, huh?
No, we might come and talk to you at another point.
I think the debris had outlived its usefulness the moment I pulled the pendant out of it. Perhaps I should just get away from the sewers and take a shower. Whatever it was 6 inches high, robed in black, and wielding a small scythe in one skeletal paw. I really needed to lay off the booze.
So cute. Okay, hey, no. Okay.
There were far too many. It would.
Okay. So it goes up. Yeah, okay. Oh, he's gone. Maybe we could ask Death about the death of rats.
Who would say...
You smell like a sewer, sir.
Can I see?
I am not...
Still here,
In a sense.
Hey, I met a companion of yours. No, I can't ask about it?
How come you're...
I came on my... No,
I'm sure you
not I, but
you...
Okay. I guess we can't ask you about the death of rats.
Do you recognize this pendant?
I'd better not discuss that with you.
Why not?
Hey, why not what? Hey, speak up, man. Speak up.
Sorry, Count. Do you recognize this pendant?
It's familiar. I've seen it before. Did I play with it as a child? Perhaps. Why is it that I can remember my childhood hundreds of years ago, but I cannot remember what we were talking about?
The pendant.
He's hundreds
you
of years
recognized
old?
it.
Yes. I know that pendant from somewhere. Perhaps if you give me some time to think about it.
Don't take too long.
Did you say something?
No, I didn't say anything.
Okay. Well, hey, let's have a look in the library.
Very well.
No.
There were books on jewelry, but I couldn't find the pendant in any of them. I did get the idea that the design of the pendant might match something else, though.
What? Okay. What do you mean by that?
Who would say I like to see...
Alkali is still following you.
Is she home?
You can't keep your...
Hello, I found a thing in the sewer.
You recognize this?
No, I've never seen it before.
Okay, then.
I'll be...
Al-Khali was still following.
Who would...
Who could I ask about this thing? Nobby probably wouldn't know.
Just thought we could make it. Does this mean anything to you? No.
Right. Could be a religious icon.
I need your...
There.
Do you recognize this pendant?
It is an ambiguous Puzuma talisman.
What does it do?
It keeps away ambiguous Puzumas.
Does it work?
I don't see any Puzumas around here, do you?
I walked right into that, didn't I? I have some more. Ask them. Does this pendant mean anything to you?
It is interesting, isn't it? I don't suppose you could be persuaded to donate it to the cult of Anuanu.
I doubt it.
A shame. That would probably be worth 20% of your recommended daily intake of salvation.
Right.
Do these bandages mean anything to you?
I prefer...
Okay, that doesn't really help.
Al-Khali was still following me.
Should I do something about that?
The maroon scent wasn't recent. It suggested the tangy red of iron.
Right, we got that.
The maroon scent reminded me of iron somehow. Around the door was a strong, dark cyan odor with an earthy overtone. The two scents had a superficial similarity. Nobby's odor was like the cloud of teal definitely.
Yeah.
Well, of course it was the same scent.
Yeah, okay. Carlotta, Sapphire, Nobby. I guess we could try and follow a smell or something. Well, okay, I can't.
Some ale.
Mr.
Can I ask you about this?
Does this mean anything to you?
I wouldn't.
Nope. Okay. This is where being able to go back to the Archaeologist Guild would be quite useful, but, yeah, don't seem to be able to do that. Okay, and that just puts me back into the main room, so there's nothing different over in this corner.
I went over to Horse. I followed my murderer's trail back to the Temple of Small Gods.
Right, okay. So they went from there back to there.
The green scent smelled like vegetation.
Right. Ah. Yeah, okay. I get all that now. So the boss was like, "Oh yeah, it came from the sewer. We went into the sewer. Okay, we found a pendant." Right. Then what? Can I ask, Leonard about this thing?
It always...
Could also maybe ask Two Conkers more about the, jewel which we're supposed to be looking for.
Just a... Do either of you recognize this? Is of much familiarness. From where? Near sort being. Somewhere near. Ha! Yesness. Seal on temple in Alkali. It's the seal on the doors of a temple?
May I see?
Sure. Why not?
Ah, yes. I recognize that. That's from the temple with the intricate door locking mechanism, isn't it? Quite a marvel of technology for the era it was built, those doors. I was very impressed with them. Now, what was the name of the god it was dedicated to? I can't quite remember.
I know.
I am sure you do, but give me a moment and it'll come to me.
I think he meant it's from the Temple of Anu Anu.
Ah, yes. I remember. The Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali. A lovely building.
And this is a replica of the seal. Of much sureness. Replica of most exactitude. That might be helpful to know. Thanks.
Okay then. So Al-Khali is working for Horst. He's probably come from there. Interesting.
Is there anything else you can remember about the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali?
I'm afraid all I was interested in was the mechanism that operated the door. There was a complicated method of opening the temple doors involving applying pressure and twisting the temple's seal. I didn't really pay any attention to anything else.
Do you remember the method?
Oh, no, that was years ago. I'm sure you could look it up somewhere, though.
Anything else? It is to be abandoning. The temple is going to be abandoned? No, it's to be abandoning in the nowness. It's abandoned. That is of the most truthy flavor. Do you mean it's been abandoned for centuries? Of much error, no. Abandoning of the weeks. They abandoned it a few weeks ago. Your truth is whole. Why would the followers of Anu Anu stay here in the Temple of Small Gods if there was a magnificent temple in Al-Khali they could go to? Not to be knowing by me. This jewel that you're looking for, Two Conquers. As shoring, found inscription in whole. And what language? And how? Oh, that's...
Okay. Right, that was interesting.
The gaping hole had been created by...
Okay. Let's go ask Mooncalf about that, since he is apparently a priest of Anu Anu.
I have some more. Ask them.
It might be why he was interested in the object. Temples and gods.
I understand there's a temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali.
Indeed, one of the finest temples on the disc.
Then why are you here? Why not worship in your own temple in Al-Khali?
Revengealism.
What's that?
It's where you go out into the community to attempt to convert people to your faith by threatening that something terrible will happen to them if they don't.
Mooncalf wasn't telling me something, but I didn't know what. Logical, I suppose, but unsatisfying.
Smite the unbelievers with explanatory pamphlets. Or is it visit the infidels with explanatory pamphlets? Yeah, it's okay, so there's two characters in Discworld. At least one of them's a member of the Watch. It's called Constable Visit the Infidels with explanatory pamphlets. And there's his companion, which is Smite the Unbelievers with cutting arguments or something like that.
Does this pendant...
It is in... I don't suppose you...
I d...
A shame. That would...
Okay. Well, if it's related to...
What do you know about a dwarf named Al-Khali?
My time belongs to the god Anu Anu, and I'd thank you not to waste it.
Okay. Maybe they're working together. I'll go to the library.
I'd like to use the library again.
Very well. I will show, sir, the way, since it seems the labyrinthine corridors of this vast edifice are beyond sir's meager navigational skills.
Thank you. Well, now we know a little bit more about this. Maybe we could actually look it up. Oh, I should look up the temple, not the pendant.
There were books
Yeah. Since we know the pendant's attached to the temple now, maybe it should have just defaulted to the temple. But yeah, whatever.
There was a book in the library called Frescoes and Fatal Traps of the Temple of Al-Kali. But when I turned to the page on the door mechanism, it had been torn out by someone. I was going to have to find another copy of the book. There were only 2 other libraries in Ankh-Morpork that I knew about, and one of those was in the Assassin's Guild.
So it's either the Assassins or the University. Well, I guess we're going to the university's library since the Assassin's Guild has shown up. Well, I think it would be just about here. No, actually, hang on. No. Wait. I'm trying to think. Let me just check. Let me get a map. Yep. Map time. No. That was a bigger map which I found a little bit ago. Why is it not? Okay, here we go. Okay. And there we go. Okay, so here's a map of Ankh-Morpork. There's the Tump. There's the Opera House there, and the disc in the center. There's the Magdalene Bridge. There's the Brass Bridge, which we just read about. There's the Patrician's Palace there. We can see the various guilds around there. Let me just increase the size of this. So, yeah, you can see there's the Plumbers Guild, Guild of Thieves, I think. Then the Guild of Butchers, the Embalmers Guild, Guild of Gamblers across the street from the Alchemists Guild, Lawyers Guild, Haberdashers Guild. But the Yeah, okay, so there, along Widdershins Broadway, there's the Assassin's Guild right up against the Fool's Guild. Then there's the Teacher's Guild behind the Merchant's Guild and the Baker's Guild. There's the Temple of Blind Io. The Temple of Small Gods is over there with a cemetery attached. It doesn't have Lewton's office on this. I had to look at it another day, and yeah. That's not marked as one of the numbers. The 17 there, which you can just see along Treacle Mine Road there. That's the location of the old watch house before it was burnt down by the dragon. Their new one is there. Across the street on Pseudopolis Yard, where the new watch house is written. Lady Ramkin's house is over there. There's a cemetery over there. Which is kind of where the mausoleum we've been into is. What else? Apparently Horst's area is next to Hyde Park here. Like along Park Lane or something. But the map in-game is not really the same as this, so... The Octarine Parrot is kind of along there, maybe along Morphic Street, near the Misbegot Bridge. What else is there? The casino isn't on here either, I don't think. I guess it would be around here, near Kingsway and Scoon Avenue. Cafe Ankh. It's probably up here somewhere near the Plaza of Broken Moons. There's the university. The Von Uberwald Mansion. I'm not too sure. I'm going to say it's around there where it says Hen and Chickens Field. Maybe down in that area there, near Wizard's Pleasant. I don't think it's further north up here, because I don't see Mort Lake in-game. But, yeah, inaccuracy and all that. Then Rodin's sculptures somewhere down here. Maybe around near where the pits, Five Ways, the Scours, Quirm Street. Just around there. I think there's a lot of businesses there. So, anyway. Okay. Let's go back over here. Actually, no, hang on. We need to get another library. That's either the Assassin's Guild or the new hall in the university.
Still here? Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali?
No.
No. Could you go and find a book for me, please?
Do these bandages mean anything to you?
I'm just a... No.
Yeah, I don't think he'd really have too much interesting information for us. But we have to get rid of him somehow.
Still here?
Someone.
What's a bledlow?
You've told us that.
Look,
Just
you
get
lob. What?
if
Human.
of course.
Tempting as it was,
Hello, actually.
what have we got? Occult primer, monster fun grimoire, Fulamyth, the theory of formic imponderability, lost temples of the great Nev.
Maybe we could use these few student books here rather than going into the library itself.
There was a book on the temples of Great Nev, but not of Alkali. A shame, really. That could be really useful.
Yeah, okay.
I was pretty... I tried to write on the octagon board with the chalk, but I couldn't see what I was writing. The chalk marks were invisible to my eyes.
So how would we would we need to find a way to be able to see it?
I'm back.
Gordon.
There's some kind of bestial attacker out in the streets of Ankh-Morpork. It's hard to say anything about it, but could it be a werewolf?
What's it done?
It's killed at least 3 people, and probably a few more besides.
Did it kill you?
Yes, I think it did.
Well then, whatever it is, isn't a werewolf.
What makes you say that?
If it was, it'd have known how to kill you properly, right?
So what do you think it was?
Beats the hell out of me.
We ask.
Who would...
Is she home?
I will get...
Can Charlotte,
You can't keep.
Carlotta tell us anything more about the sword? I mean, it's just like, it's a golden sword, okay?
I take it you don't know.
Of course. Do you think?
Frankly,
You tell me more about it? No? Okay.
have you seen anything strange around town recently?
What kind of strange?
A little birdie eater told me that...
A werewolf?
I don't... Whatever.
You don't think you should?
Yeah.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Alkali?
I'm sure you can.
There is like... There is kind of a sense on who you're asking these questions. I do kind of get an overall feel for their areas of knowledge when it comes to things. Like Carlotta, well, about werewolves and the Golden Sword, but not really about the murders. Normally you can ask about the murders, but it's more of a starting point. So I think in some cases it's more, I get a bit tripped up on, like when you had the Count, and I could ask him about the moss. It's not really, like, immediately obvious, other than I guess he's got a lot of plants around him. So.
I'll be in touch.
I'll be...
Who would... Can I... Still here.
In a sec.
Poink!
You... Sure.
Look, no. I will tell...
I think it's...
Bugger. I don't suppose...
Sure. Thanks. So, the...
Damn it! Sorry.
You can at least tell me why the... Sure.
Look, if I tell you... No. I will tell you...
I think...
Bug.
Oh, okay. It's saying the same thing, sorry.
You can at least tell me why the murderer killed Reagan, Mundy, and Malachite. Surely that wouldn't be a problem.
Look, if I tell you about him, where does it stop? No. I will tell you nothing.
I think it's too late for that.
Bugger. I don't suppose you could forget I said that.
Sure. Thanks for eliminating half of my suspects. So, the murderer was male. Well, that put Carlotta and Sapphire in the clear.
I wasn't expecting Sapphire at all, honestly, but okay.
There must be something you can tell me about Reagan's murder.
What would be the point of your job if I did all your work for you?
I'll make you a deal. You help me, and I'll help you.
Oh yes, that'd do my reputation good, wouldn't it? You sidling up to people and saying, "Hey, sister, you're deader than a bucket of fish." No thank you.
Okay. I was only trying to be friendly.
I don't have many friends. Don't have the knack, I suppose.
You and me both, pal.
Still, we both have jobs that allow us to get out and meet people.
Can't you just tell me?
I won't. No one will ever say that death is a... You... I say, this is fun, isn't it?
Okay. So we know that the murderer is male.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali?
I cannot help you with that.
Fine.
Do you recognize this?
I'd better...
Why not?
Hey, why? Hey,
Do you...
I did.
You
Don't...
Did you?
No.
Okay. Well, we know what it is. So... Okay. Okay. I don't think I can get any more information from these, but because we've learned a little bit more about it, maybe I can. Maybe he's got the page floating around here.
There was nothing useful. Well, nothing.
No.
Just a... Do either...
Yep.
Why? And that.
Okay, yep. And then we asked you about it. You told us what you knew about it.
Leonard would probably be fairly nonplussed if I changed into a wolf, but I didn't want to chance it.
Yeah, I think he's got more important things to him to worry about.
The garbage was giving off a distinctive green cloud, not dissimilar to the smell of the river Ankh.
That would be the smell of the moss, would it? Well, no, trash.
One of the empty barrels had a faint magenta trace to it. The empty barrels were surrounded.
Well, you said someone was coming to,
Have those people from the palace been here to collect the wine yet?
Not yet.
Okay. And you can't tell us much about the merchants because you don't want them to break your windows for spreading malicious rumors about the Merchants Guild. About how unfair and brutal they are. Okay. So we just have to wait for something to happen. Is there something else in the sewers? I kind of feel like I got all I could have in here, but I never did find my way to the palace.
The trail that I had seen in the cemetery seemed to continue down in the sewer. It was almost... I think the debris... Perhaps I think that perhaps... The magenta scent... There weren't many... There was something more supernatural about the magenta scent.
Yeah.
The magenta... There weren't... The magenta scent wasn't female.
Okay then. I thought the female scents were purple and the male scents were blue, but
If I wanted to link that murder to this scent, I'd need to check out the crime scene.
okay, fine. I guess we can go there. Oh, I think we've already done that, haven't we?
Unless I missed my guess, the magenta scent belonged to the bestial attacker.
Yep.
The magenta scent was the hot, fetid stench of a beast, not an object.
What? I was more wondering whether the object has a scent on it or something, but still, what's with the emblem? Maybe the death of rats showing up was just a little funny thing.
Unless I missed my... I really want... Just thought we... Oh, make it...
Can you tell me about the merchants?
Have you? No. What is... Something they mentioned at the university. It used to be that the... I serious. I wouldn't... Why not? They're a bit... No one... That's...
You wouldn't know about that.
What about this merchant? I can't just... Will you... Like, just... You'll have to...
Okay, so what we know about the merchants... What we know about the murder of the merchant is that... We have a name. Gorim? And he was alone at the Merchant's Guild when he died.
Do you know what...
No, we've had this.
Oh, my... What? I'm... Does this... No.
Right, and we learned about the bandages could be used for someone resculpting a troll's face. Hello again.
Mind if I ask some more questions?
As long as they're not about...
What do you...
No one I know.
Have you heard of the Temple of Ankh?
I don't know anything.
Yeah.
The... Do you know any...
I can't help.
Can you...
I can't.
About...
Sorry, a guild. It would hurt a day's throat.
No. Is it...
The...
I... So how...
Does it... Oh, you... Well, we wouldn't stay in...
oh, come on. Some wasn't... Oh, what?
Yeah. Okay. Do I need to get in one of the barrels or something? I guess I could try that. Yeah, okay. We have a reason to do that now, I guess.
I had a long wait, but it paid off.
Did you empty it first? He emptied it during. That's what I'm afraid of.
The wine barrels had allowed me to break into the palace. It didn't speak too highly of the palace's security, but I wasn't complaining.
What did you do with the wine? Just dump it out on the floor or something? You probably would have noticed that, wouldn't they? Yeah, whatever.
The storeroom was filled with boxes of food and supplies. I guess even the patrician had to eat every now and then.
I think it's mentioned what the patrician eats. I think it's just like a piece of bread and some water or something. Not too much.
The scent of red wine wasn't as strong as in the cellar, but it was still noticeable. My killer had definitely been here. The magenta scent was too faint for me.
Okay, well, we've got it from other places. Red scent is the smell of the wine. Okay. What's out here?
The door was the only exit to the storeroom.
Fancy. We gotta have a,
I guess they didn't have an open door policy. Locked.
we gotta have like a Scooby-Doo scene or something.
The door was locked. I thought I could make out voices, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. I guess they didn't have... I guess they did. There were people talking behind the door.
Oh, it's a terrible state. I don't know how he puts up with it.
Oh, I know, dear, I know. Just because the prisoners don't mean they shouldn't keep their rooms clean.
It's shocking. Absolutely shocking.
And those ones that are chained up, they're the worst. They think because they get special treatment, they don't have to tidy up.
Nobody thinks of us cleaners, do they, dear?
Perish the thought.
All in all, it wasn't the most useful conversation I could have overheard.
Yeah, using being chained up to the wall as an excuse not to clean their room.
Silence. Perhaps I should try a different door.
Okay. Apparently no interesting smells going along the corridor.
The only noticeable scent in the hallway was someone's trail which led to the double doors.
Is that going to be Vimes?
Definitely the same scent. I guess they didn't. I could hear what I could only assume was some of the patricians' clerks talking.
I do wish people would bear in mind how much paperwork everything is for us.
I know just what you mean. Have you seen file LEW-006/EXW? First, he steals a crowbar.
And that's a T-1712 form straight away.
Exactly.
No respect for the patricians, spies and clerks. That's the trouble with this city.
Oh, the crowbar's only the start, believe me. I've got 2 counts of murder.
Ha! That's an FO86B just to get the list of forms you need.
Tell me about it. And as if that wasn't enough, he's only gone and died.
Ah, not another D2317E. I hate those.
Worse. A D66/004B.
Another murder? Oh, I haven't finished the paperwork from Cypher's death yet.
Still, I have to look on the bright side.
What's that then?
At least he hasn't come back from the grave.
Oh, I know what you mean. Those undead citizenship forms are the worst.
No consideration. That's the trouble. No consideration of us hard-working bureaucrats.
The clerks soon returned to their paperwork.
Okay.
As a wolf, my hearing was dramatically improved. I could recognize one of the voices as Commander Vimes, and the other voice had the calculating tones of Lord Vetinari, the patrician of Ankh-Morpork.
Are you any closer to a solution for our mutual problem?
No, sir. I've been occupied.
Indeed. And what could occupy you?
There was a string of copycat killings. I've been trying to solve them.
And have you?
No. My lead suspect was killed.
That is very unfortunate.
It certainly was for Lewton.
So there has been no progress in determining who killed Cypher.
Not as such.
I had been given to understand that this was precisely the situation you were well equipped to handle.
I will solve this case, sir. You can count on me.
Do you recall what I said the city reminds me of?
You said it reminds you of a clock, sir.
Indeed. Big wheels and little wheels, all turning at different speeds to keep the machine working. That, after all, is the most important thing. The machine keeps going.
You've told me this before.
Do you know why it keeps working?
Because you want it to keep working?
I'm flattered that you think I have such importance. But no, it keeps running because the people believe it will keep running. Faith is a powerful force.
There is a point to this, sir?
I always have a point. Sometimes it's sharper than others.
I'm sorry. Continue.
One of my clerks has been found face down in a vat of wine, and that makes it appear as if the administration has lost control.
And the administration is me, right?
We are all the administration. You do the work, and I take both the credit and the blame. Provided I do not take the blame, I am content. I trust I make myself clear.
Perfectly.
Suddenly, I could smell blood. It filled up my senses like a night in a forest. Except a night in a forest didn't make me want to tear someone's throat out. I didn't know whether the guard had cut himself or if I was just developing a healthy bloodlust, like any young werewolf. But I couldn't control myself.
Oh, delightful.
The next thing I knew, I was in my office. I had no idea how I got there, how I got my coat out of the palace, or where I'd got a traffic cone from. It had been that sort of night.
Oh, dear.
I was sitting at my desk, thinking over the case, when there was a knock at the door.
I understand you've been a busy boy, Lewton.
It's a busy life when you're a private investigator. Plus, you get to see interesting foreign places and learn a trade.
There was a commotion at the palace last night. Perhaps you know about it?
What goes on at the palace has nothing to do with me.
Indeed it is not. And if, for some reason, you did take an interest in the palace, I'm sure you would not be so foolish as to be caught breaking into the palace.
Of course not. Think I'm suicidal?
Strange you should say that. I heard you'd been killed.
I expect you hear a lot of things that aren't true. I bet someone has to explain them to you using very small words.
The thing is, the intruder at the palace appears to have been a werewolf.
There's a lot of that around this time of year, I understand. Must be the moon.
I paid my respects to your grave.
Oh, that was nice of you.
It was empty.
Oh, you know how it is. I get claustrophobic in narrow spaces.
So do werewolves, perhaps?
I wouldn't know about that.
Remember when I said how disappointed I was that I couldn't take you out for free?
Oh, that was a very touching sentiment.
Well, Lord Vetinari has generously offered to pay for the inhumation of last night's intruder.
He has a big heart.
It's a shame no one can find it.
Was there a point to your visit?
I was just passing through. Thought you might benefit from my advice.
How generous of you.
Well, I'll be on my way.
The door's behind you. I can explain how to use it if you want.
Watch your steps, Lewton. I will be.
Okay. Hey, crowbar. Why was that there? Great, so we killed someone.
The maroon scent wasn't it's a...
Well, he didn't leave a scent. Okay. You didn't leave anything in my grave. No, not literally.
Just thought we could... Oh, make it...
Ah, okay.
I found out about that Clark cipher. He was drowned in a vat of wine.
If you say so. Lucky for some, eh?
Okay. So... how does that help us? Oh, they're gone. It's all locked up. Okay. Oh. Do I have any new topics now? Well, let's see. So, drowned in a vat of wine.
Malachite's bestial killer might well have been involved in other murders. Malachite's bestial... I couldn't honestly tell if there was a connection.
So far, these other murders seem to be a bit more complicated than what you'd expect for some kind of bestial creature. Like what? Malachite? Someone had beaten him to death with a crowbar or something? Reagan had been poisoned?
Malachite had been hacked to death with my crowbar. I'd found Reagan's body in his carriage in the river under the Magdalen Bridge. I'd learnt that Mundy had been hung upside down by his legs before he was killed. Clark's Gable had told me that whatever killed Malachite was some kind of beast. He wasn't clear on the details. According to Nobby, a prominent merchant had been killed as part of the counterweight killings.
Yeah, we've learned more about it
One of
today.
the Bledlows up at Unseen University had told me that the reader in esoteric occultism's name was Matham, and he'd been poisoned in his room in the Widdershins wing. I'd overheard the patrician and Vimes talking about the murder of the clerk at the palace. Apparently the man's name was Cypher, and he'd been drowned in a vat of wine. There are worse ways to go, I guess.
What's the point of these ones? They don't seem to have a connection so far.
Two Conkers had told me that the pendant I'd found in the sewers had the same design as the seal of the temple of Anu Anu in the city of Alkali. I suppose I could ask them about the temple. I couldn't see any real evidence of a connection to Mr. Al-Khali.
Other than the name.
Beautiful Carlotta was... Vimes had mentioned the counterweight killings to me back in Mundy's room. Apparently there had been a string of weird ritualistic murders in the city. The murder could have been part of the so-called counterweight killings. The murder could have been part. There was no obvious reason that Two Conkers' jewel should have anything to do with the sword. Two Conkers had covered with gold. It was supposed to have Unquam Paratus inscribed on it.
I gotta do a bit of meta searching here, and I've got to look up what that means. Let's see. Google Translate. What was it?
Two Conkers covered with gold. It was supposed to have horse to... Two Conkers covered with gold.
Paratas. Okay. Ever ready is apparently what that translates as. Okay.
Is this a good...
Given that there's never a good time for a friendly chat, I guess it's as good as any.
Does dead...
No.
I decided not... It was probably bad enough to have had one in his establishment, without me going on about it, tempting though it was to watch the little rat squirm.
Okay, fine.
I hear a prominent merchant has been killed. Heard anything about it?
All I heard was that someone in the Merchants Guild got killed. That's all I know.
Fine.
What?
I know a lot. That doesn't mean I...
Do these mean anything to you?
Bandages?
They seem to have plaster caked into them.
No, I don't know anything about that.
Yes, you do. You are the most useless liar I've ever met.
It's nothing to do with me. That's a matter for the watch.
The watch? They're only bandages.
That's all I'm saying on the matter. I don't want no trouble. And they are trouble.
Okay.
Does this mean anything to you?
No.
Right. Well, we did hear from Nobby that they'll be used in. They could be for, as I said, remodeling a troll's face or something.
Just thought we could have.
Oh, make it.
I'll just reiterate that.
Do these mean anything to you?
Well, it could be the work of a plaster surgeon.
A plaster surgeon?
Yeah. They're cosmetic surgeons for trolls. Some trolls on the run wants to change his face. Well, he goes to a plaster surgeon. The Watch would like to get their hands on any plaster surgeons working in Ankh-Morpork, I can tell you.
Don't you want to know where I got them?
They're just some plaster-soaked bandages. Why would I be interested?
Nobby, do you ever...
Well,
I'm big...
Okay. So... What? I connect them to one of my... notes? Like malachite or something?
I didn't think that had anything to do with Malachite's murder.
We go back here.
I had plenty of better things to be doing. I examined the body closely, but all I could... The rubble was definitely the body of a troll. But according to Malachite, it wasn't Therma's body. There was still... He could be... Saturn... Mrs. Foam?
Well, what I have...
I think I asked you about the murder of the wizard.
The wizard was poisoned, I hear.
I think you could use a little less gossip and a lot more work, Mr. Lewton.
I guess I...
Indeed.
Still here? Who do you think killed Matham?
Well, that shouldn't be hard to work. Just see it.
Do you think it was an...
I don't see no one else.
Yeah, you do.
Have you heard about the recent murder of a rich merchant?
It's not me place to discuss murders, Lewton.
Do you know anything about Cypher's murder?
Yep.
Have you?
No.
I tried to head down to the library, but the porter stopped me.
Wizards only in the library, thank you.
Do I have to disguise myself as a wizard? There are some shoes here.
For a brief moment, unfortunately... Given the smell...
can't see anything else around here.
The lair of the redoubtable Mrs. Foames, the head chambermaid.
Bye.
The door led back outside into the rain.
Yes, I guess it did do that.
I was pretty sure I'd learned all I was going to learn from using my...
Okay.
Mind if I ask?
As long as they're not about...
Don't even have to knock on the door. He's just waiting, ready for us.
Do you know anything about Cypher's murder?
I can't help you.
I hear up at...
Yes, I've heard of that.
Really?
Yes, they ask no questions about how a wizard...
Operate this...
What? Hey, what do you imply?
Well, here you... Then a
I did not kill Gaming.
But there aren't...
There aren't. He was alone. Oops.
Thanks.
Wait. Don't tell...
I'll keep...
No, I've already...
Well, now all I had to find out was how Gaiman had been killed. And I had a feeling I wasn't going to learn.
Now we can go and see death.
I am still here.
Innocent.
According to the gatekeeper at the Merchants Guild, nobody witnessed Gaiman's stabbing.
Gaiman wasn't stabbed.
Thank you.
Really? How did he die?
He was strangled.
Thanks.
Blast. I didn't see that one coming.
Okay, he was strangled. Well, so far, all of these deaths are completely different.
Do you know anything about Cypher's murder?
I already told you.
Yeah.
Thanks for filling in the missing pieces about Gaiman's murder.
I'd deem it a favor if you forgot that I told you.
So one was poisoned, one was drowned, one was strangled, and then Malachite was hacked to death. Reagan was potentially poisoned. And Mundy was hung up by his legs and had his eyes gouged out. Creative. Quite a variety amongst them all, really. Someone's getting their getting their imagination on it all.
Just thought we could have a... Oh, make it...
Right, so about this one.
I found out about the dead merchant. His name was Gaiman, and he was strangled. How did you find that out? I was told by the Tooth Fairy. Really? Clever of you to track her down. Anybody ever told you you're credulous, Nobby? All right, I know. But I've got some special ointment for it. I found out about that Clark cipher. He was drowned in a vat of wine. If you say so. Lucky for some, eh? I found out about the murder at the university. Really? His name was Matham, and they found him poisoned in the Widdershin's wing. Tell Vimes. Mr. Vimes? Believe it or not, I want to get to the bottom of this case as much as he does. I don't think anyone could want to get to the bottom of a case more than Mr. Vimes. These are interesting times.
Okay, right. We know all that.
Ah, great plan. I'd just change into a werewolf in the Pseudopolis Yard reception.
Yeah.
That really wouldn't help clear my name.
You've got a murder attached to your name, so I don't think it's going to be cleared. Well, you know, potentially. You've committed a murder.
Horst still. I was beginning to wonder if he was coming back at all.
Okay. So we know about the murders at the 3 different locations. Who would we want to be telling that? They don't seem to have any connection with each other.
Were the 2 murders connected? It seemed all too plausible to me. Were the 2... It seemed... Were the 2... It seemed...
I mean, we found that they were murdered by the same person, but they're all different. Whoop. Pardon? Maybe we can learn some more because we know the details. Oh, hello, there's a little dog there.
Mind if I ask some more questions?
As long as they're not about...
We've seen this little dog before. It was outside the Archaeologist's Guild, I think.
Well, it seems that Gaiman was strangled right here in the Merchant's Guild.
How did you find that out?
A little anthropomorphic personification told me. Okay, so it was risky flaunting my discovery over such an easily offended guild. But how often did you get to consult death on a murder investigation? I'd earned the right to gloat.
Okay, fine.
Do you know what...
No.
There's talk of a... I was wondering if it might have killed that merchant.
Wonder away. But I'm not discussing the incident with you.
Damn.
Well, I already know it, so...
I had a feeling that Mundy...
Doesn't show up over here, does it, the little dog? Still there? Still there.
Who would say?
I'd like...
Very well.
Can I do anything else in the library? So we looked up the temple, but the book had the page we're looking for missing out of it. We can't look up the sword or the jewel because we don't know more about them. We don't know what they're called. Can we look up Jasper Horse in here?
I didn't really...
No. Can we look up about the Von Uberwalds?
I didn't really...
No. Can't look up about the bestial attacker, can we?
The best book I could find for tracking down the mysterious bestial attacker was Philo's Bestiary. But there was nothing in it that sounded remotely like what Gable had described to me.
He just said it was a beast, so that's a pretty broad description.
Who would say?
I'd like... Is she...
I will...
You can't keep...
Hello.
Have you heard of the Temple of Anu Anu at Al-Khali?
I'm sure you can...
Fine. I can tell you about these murders.
What do you know about...
Sorry, Lewton. I'm not an ex...
Where were you?
When...
Yeah.
I can't help but notice that your recurring alibi for the murders is that you were at the Temple of Small Gods.
Everyone needs a little salt.
You seem to...
I'm not...
Which god...
I really...
Come on, I only...
All right. Her name is Errata, but I don't appreciate you prying into my spiritual affairs like this.
Can I pry into your physical affairs?
My affairs are never just physical.
I bet you say that to all the boys.
Okay, there's something which we learned. Errata?
Tell me about this goddess, Errata.
I already told you, I don't like to talk about religion.
She's not like Om, then. He's the god of Omnia.
Is that the place with the Quisition? All the overzealous holy wars and tortures?
It used to be. They had some kind of reformation, and now they're just overzealous about singing rousing hymns and distributing fundamentalist pamphlets in the street.
Well, that's a kind of torture all of its own.
You're telling me. I got cornered by one of them last week. How do you think I know so much about it? It was 3 hours before I could get them to leave. Thumb screws would have been quicker, at least.
Okay.
You recognize this?
No, I have never seen it before.
Right.
I'll be in touch.
I'll be waiting.
Oh, that's a little bit more information.
I really didn't want the butler to see me change.
Who would...
So, Carlotta is a werewolf.
The young mistress's various shapes are not my concern, sir.
Fine.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
Sir would have to consult the library on that.
Fine. Good point.
I'd like to...
Very well.
Yes, take me to the library.
The only literature I could find on Errata in the library was a leaflet published by Malaclips, who gave his permanent address as the only really holy corner of the Temple of Small Gods.
Oh, I've already talked to him about it, so there's not much more we can learn, is there? Let's go talk to him. He's not really in a corner, is he?
I need your...
They...
Carlotta says she's a follower of Errata. Is that right?
Bah! I am the only true follower of Errata in the whole of Ankh-Morpork. Unless you have seen the light, Lewton.
Seen the light?
Do you believe in the ways of Errata?
How could I not? Surely, Errata is the most worthy of all gods to follow.
Either you've just had a miraculous conversion or you're learning to lie. Good. A useful skill in followers of Errata.
Right.
What do you know?
So... Never speak of the so...
Have you heard of the temple?
So, interested in comparative religion, are we, Lewton? Or perhaps you're an archaeologist?
Given their propensity to smash open sacred monuments, loot them of everything of value, and generally desecrate sacred places everywhere, archaeologists are about as popular with priests as atheists. Mind you, in a world where gods are bad-tempered and damn good shots with a lightning bolt, nobody likes an atheist either. What do you know about the murder of the patrician's clerk?
He was...
Yeah, okay, we heard that.
Sounds plausible.
So...
I heard a...
That's right. They...
Yep. Nothing else. Okay. Well...
I doubted Errata had anything to do with that, but I was prepared to be wrong.
Right. I mean, in the beginning scroll mentioned something.
I have some more... Ask. Can you tell me anything about Errata?
Bah! Maleclipse's deranged goddess. I do not waste my time with such trivialities.
I asked Mooncalf where he was when the... He all...
Okay.
Just thought we could... Oh, make it... What do you know about the goddess Errata?
Give me a break, Lewton.
Okay.
I went over...
Do you know something?
Still here? What do you know about the...
I'm just...
Yeah, okay.
What?
No.
Have you heard of the...
Okay. Maybe we can ask...
It always...
lettered about it.
Just a few. What do you know about the goddess Errata?
What? Sorry, I was a little distracted.
Okay. Nothing. Never mind.
Do you know where Ilsa is? To be knowing is not the me I am in. You don't know. No. I think that's the first time I've heard a straight answer out of you.
Okay.
Turning into a wolf. I was...
Well, okay. I can't turn into a wolf just here. You hang around the,
I'm back.
temple a bit, it seems. Do you know anything about them?
What do you know about...
Gordon!
No. Okay.
There's... It's hard... It... Did he... Yeah. Well, what... If it... So what... Takes...
Gordon!
No. Okay.
The flashback was bad enough the first time. I wasn't going to read the letter again.
Oh.
The letter was written in Ilsa's handwriting.
Fine.
My own grave.
Don't walk on
How
gas
depressing. My tombstone. Lewton P.I. Gone and forgotten. Not the epitaph I'd hoped for. I thought I could smell a woman around my tombstone. Ah, the famous...
So it's interesting that apparently whoever killed us actually went to the cemetery? Would that mean it is Ilsa? Because the only reason why it'd be the same place would be to drop the letter, but apparently the monster is male, so... Nothing else here that I can see. It's like... No, I haven't been able to get into the murder locations for these other 3 murders, so I don't know whether... the murderer was in the same place, so we know that they were in the basement of the palace. But we aren't able to confirm whether they were at the university, because we haven't gone to where that occurred. Widdershin's wing. And, yeah, I can't get there from here.
Saturn.
Okay. Heading off. Well, thank you for joining, Kibitz. I hope you have a good rest. Can we go back into the palace?
I didn't think I could risk breaking into the palace that way again. Not with Remora after my blood.
Who? Okay. The assassin. Oh, right. Okay. Thank you. Is there anything else here? No. Okay. I talked to you about it? I don't see why you would be...
Some ale, Mr.
interested in it.
I didn't want to
No.
I didn't.
No. Okay. Yeah, not really anything else I can think to ask him at the moment. Just small talk to you. Maybe something else will come up.
Just thought we... Oh, make it... I guess I'll try... Let's face... Just thought...
No. Okay. Asked you about them. Asked you about that. That. I don't see, like, anything else which I could ask you about. see other people in here, but I feel like Mrs. Foams doesn't really have much information on anything which would be relevant to me.
Mrs. Fox.
Well, what do you want? I haven't.
Yeah, like she's not going to be interested in like talking about anything of anything.
Do you know anything about some kind of beast stalking the streets?
I have better things.
Yeah.
The wizard.
I think
Do you know any?
murders are hardly.
What?
Murder.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
I have better. I have.
I did this. What?
Not anyone I know.
What?
Not anyone.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about?
It's not the business of help to discuss.
Do these bandages mean anything to you?
I have better.
Does this?
I have.
Yeah.
I had. The envelope had come from Reagan's safety deposit box, and I had a feeling that it was important somehow. The thing was, it seemed to be empty.
Apparently he carried it around with
I
him
guess
occasionally in the
I resisted the urge to wipe the board clean with that. It was hardly the ideal tool for the job.
I thought maybe it was written in chalk or it had magic about it or something, right?
The octarine board appeared blank to my eyes. A few sticks of chalk, a type of chalk made from octarine carbonate, were resting on the top of the board. Carlotta had told me that only wizards could see octarine, which explained why the board looked blank to me.
I can't get a piece of chalk, can I? No. We have to get signed up as a wizard. No.
A door led out of the dorm and deeper into the university. That way led back to the dorm.
Is there anything around here? I just see a door. Or a gate. And then across here is where the Bledlow is. That's the door to the library, apparently.
Not in front of the porter. I'd definitely get thrown out. Tempting as it was. Still here? What? Look out.
Just
You
get
locked. What?
you. Oh.
Do you know anything about the counterweight killings?
It's not me.
What do you know about the goddess Errata?
No,
Yep, okay. Hmm.
I doubted Errata had anything to do with that, but I was prepared to be wrong. If there was a connection with the jewel, I didn't know what it was. If there was a direct connection, it was possible Matham had been killed so that someone could take his job. Useful though they are.
Let me...
If there was a I don't think that was directly connected to Cypher's murder. I didn't see any direct... As far as I knew, the scent... There was no obvious connect... I didn't think that... Unless I missed my guess, the magenta scent belonged to the bestial attacker. The maroons, it suggested the tangy red of iron.
Again, I'm pretty sure that that's the smell of...
There was a faint haze of purple in the room. The purple scent was quite distinctive.
That the red one is blood, which I feel like, I mean, we could possibly, you know, figure that out because there's a glass of blood right here, right? Wouldn't I be able to smell that?
Some ale, Mr.
I'm guessing it's blood.
What do you know about the goddess Errata? I wouldn't know any. I didn't want I suppressed the urge to get myself a drink, although I could really have used one. My old friend the bar. I was tempted to order a drink, but I was working.
Okay. Hmm. Again, we can't see like that red scent here, can we? No.
Definitely not.
Still don't know where they went from here.
This was the I wasn't about to start smashing windows, even though I wanted to. I'd lost the trail. I couldn't tell where it went from here.
I think I'm gonna have to have a look up and see whether I can find anything. Oh, have a walk through. Let's see. Okay, there. Talk to her. Yep, did that. Okay. Huh. Okay. Oh, not here. I thought I tried that.
Dark cyan was the... There was a booming... The main smell in the dressing room was the same as the scent near the door in my office. It was definitely sapphires.
Okay, I have to make the connection there.
I could recognize faint traces of the hideous trawl perfume in the dark cyan scent. It seemed that the scent belonged to Sapphire.
Okay.
Dark cyan. There was a... The cyan stench was coming from a bottle of perfume.
It said, like, to follow this, but I don't think... I really can.
I could recognize... It seemed... You couldn't possibly get mixed up with... Perhaps that was the point.
I can't really follow that. I'm double-clicking on it, it's not letting me. Oh, well, okay. I can take the bottle now, I guess.
Obviously a very exclusive troll perfume. The label says KC2, potassium carbide perfume. The perfume for a troll or a woman.
Okay. Well, we have that now. Can I ask you about it?
Is this a good time, given that... Do you know anything about this?
I know you stole it from Starfire's dressing room. Where is the great lumbering foghorn anyway?
She's skipped town.
Oh well, there goes the entertainment.
Trust me, no one comes here for the entertainment.
How'd you know?
I've heard the entertainment.
Okay. I don't see how
Just
having
thought we
this
could-
would help us
Oh, make it...
if we show it.
What
to
do you
them.
make of this perfume? I don't know.
Damn. Maybe we could ask Carlotta
Who would
about it.
I'd like... Is she...
I will go and...
Hello, I have this
You can't
possibly... I have this possibly corrosive perfume.
What do you make of this perfume?
I'm sure you can think.
Nothing. Okay, never mind.
I'll be in...
Oh, could I check the check the library about it, perhaps?
Very well.
And get a book of periodic table.
I didn't...
No. Hey, Gaspode. You're a dog who's in the nose. No, no, no. There we go.
What do you make of this?
You can smell that halfway across the city. What is it?
Troll perfume. KC2. The perfume for a troll or a woman.
Perfume? It smells worse than I do.
And they said it wasn't possible.
Watch it, you.
Okay.
I'm back.
Good boy.
Carlotta...
Well, that was interesting, but it didn't really tell us anything about anything. Yeah, the unpleasant aqua fog is Gaspode. It's not the troll perfume.
What do you make of this perfume?
Ah, KC2. The perfume that unsuspecting trolls become addicted to, selling all their possessions just to get another hit of its sweet fragrance.
Sweet fragrance? You've never smelled this stuff, have you?
What if we have a look over here? Let me find a shrine to
Religious emblems were scattered throughout the place. The sacred lace, the holy trunk, the blessed chain. Anything could become a...
I mean, we already know, right, that what's his name over there is...
There wasn't any obvious totem for errata in the chamber. There didn't appear to be a statue of errata in the temple.
Okay, then. Hey, have a whiff of this.
What do you make of this perfume?
I prefer to involve my...
Okay. Can I ask you about this?
Mrs. Folmes?
Well, what do you... I have...
She looks a bit like a character from Tintin. Something about the face and the nose. Reminds me a bit of...
What do you make of this perfume?
I have...
Of the butler.
I guess I...
Indeed.
Still here?
Someone.
What about you?
What do you make of this perfume?
I'm just... No.
Yeah. Okay.
Some ale, Mr.
Can I ask you about this?
What do you make of this perfume? I would...
Nothing. Okay. Ask the Merchants Guild. Maybe they know who sells it.
Mind if I...
As long as they...
What do you make of this perfume?
I don't know anything about...
Okay, never mind. Bye. Could I ask Leonard about it?
It always looked much... Just a...
No. I'm so used to going to the book.
What do you make of this perfume?
That might just work.
It may to be of much sureness. Never mind.
Okay, never mind. We could use the perfume to create our flying machine. How? Figure out the details later. Let me have a look at the other next part of it. Okay. Okay, we know that. Oh. Okay, I guess I can try that. I thought I tried to do this, but it sort of said, oh, well, it's not relevant, but it says to use the pendant on the books.
There was nothing in any of the books about that.
Yeah.
There was... I could make a hideous screeching noise if I scratched that down the board, but I really hated that sound.
See, it was like...
What have occult monster full of myth? The theory of lost temples of the Great Nev? There was nothing. I guess they did.
Yeah, so, like, what I tried was... the Temple of Anu Anu, which is out in Al-Kali.
There was a book on the temples of Great Nev, but not of Al-Kali. A shame, really. That could be really useful.
So, it doesn't work. The wrong place. Is there any lost temples of Arata?
There weren't any books on gods.
Okay. Like...
There was nothing in any of the books about that.
Maybe I came around the same information in a different way? Yep, okay, we did that. We did that. Okay, so let's see. You automatically speak to Mrs. Foles. Ask her about Wizard's Murder and Bedmaker and Laundryman. Go through the door to the dormitory and talk to the porter. Ask about Wizard's Murder and Dead Men's Pointy Boots. Back in the dormitory, open the sturdy unlocker and look at the books inside. Next, look at the Octarine board to see a list of subjects. Change into the werewolf and use the Temple of Anu Anu clue on the list. Leave and come back to this location again. Use the pendant on the Book of Temples inside the sturdy unlocker to get a list. But I'm trying that and it's not doing anything. Let's see. I'll have another look at another list. Yep. Yep, bed making job. Ah, okay. I see. That makes a bit more sense. So, okay, yeah, this makes sense. But because they're not here, I wouldn't think that they would change things.
I altered one of the subjects on the board, switching the Great Nev for Al-Kali. Now all I had to do was see if anyone took the bait.
So then you leave.
Useful though.
Then you come back. You have a look at the books. Book on temples.
I had a feeling I wasn't going to get away with Steve. A copy of Frescoes and Fatal Traps of the Temples of Al-Kali miraculously appeared after I changed the Octarine board. I guess the students took their studies more seriously than I thought, but fortunately they still didn't have much idea what it was they were studying most of the time.
So it's like, I mean, I don't know. I thought they were just going to be out for the entire night, right? There's no one here, so whatever. Now, if I use the pendant on this...
There was no... The pendant's design matched the one in the book for the seal of the temple of Anu Anu at Al-Kali. The temple was famed for its intricate door mechanism, and the book described how to manipulate the seal to open the temple doors. I used the same method on the pendant, and it opened with a faint click. Inside was a small piece of paper with names on it. One name leapt out at me. Therma. I decided to keep the list to myself.
There we go. So, yeah, one of the walkthroughs which I'm looking at, it doesn't really give you much of a reason why you're doing things. It just sort of says to do things. So, another one I looked at had a bit more of why you're doing things.
I'd found a list of 8 names in the pendant. The name that stood out was Therma's.
Okay. And then a little bit more I had looked. Was to show this over here.
I wasn't about to reveal that I had the list to Mooncalf, but perhaps I could use it to trap him. Someone told me that you know Therma.
Indeed. And who might that have been?
It's not important. Is she part of your cult?
No. No, she's not.
But you know her.
No. I've never met her.
I see. What about Satrap?
Are you intending to bore me with a list of people's names? I haven't time for this tomfoolery. I must preach the gospel of Anu Anu.
Thy kingdom Coom and all that.
Yes.
Indeed. I'd clearly unsettled him mentioning Coom. Now I just needed to sit back and watch what he got up to.
Okay, then I guess we go back out here to the cemetery.
That's all.
Yep.
This was the other. There were 2 silhouettes at the window. One was definitely Mooncalf. The other looked like a troll. There were 2. With my sharpened wolf senses, I could hear what Mooncalf was saying to the troll.
And I think we may have to do something about it. We will have a meeting of the true believers after this evening's sermon.
Sure thing, boss. You want I should go now?
No. You keep an eye on Lewton if you can. I'll go back to the sanctuary and leave a message for the others.
You got it, boss.
Okay.
I'd overheard something interesting at the window of the Temple of Small Gods. Something about a meeting of the true believers. This was the other...
Oh, not there now. He's gone.
I didn't want to
Okay. You can't tell me something about that, can you?
I need your...
There.
I overheard Mooncalf talking about a meeting of the true believers. I'd really like to know what that was about.
It's tough to find out what the cult of Anu Anu is up to.
Is there any way I could listen in to one of Mooncalf's sermons?
The sermons don't take place here. They hold them in the inner sanctum.
The inner sanctum?
It's the center of worship here in the Temple of Small Gods.
How come? I mean, there are a vast number of gods and goddesses that the temple has to provide for. Are you telling me they all have to share one room for the services?
Absolutely. High priests are always complaining that so-and-so was hogging the sanctum all morning, or that such and such left hair at the bottom of the holy font. It causes a lot of tension around the temple.
Can you get me in there? I'd like to have a look around.
I could arrange to have the sanctum for a while if I told them I had a follower, but I don't.
So if I agree to be your follower, you can get us into the inner sanctum?
Yes, I can. But you wouldn't really be my follower. The followers of Errata don't follow each other.
We don't even follow errata. We follow our own ways.
So why is there a Church of Errata at all?
You're learning, Lewton. Keep thinking like that and you'll go far in the church.
So can you get me into the inner sanctum?
I can, provided we can find a time when the cult of Anu aren't there.
Are Mooncalf's lot in there often?
All the time. And that's not all either. He sneaks away after each one. I think they've got a secret sanctuary somewhere.
I'd like to find that.
Actually, I'd quite like you to find it too.
Can't resist a secret, eh?
No, I'd just like to get in the way of everything Mooncalf does. Him and his big evangelical budget and hordes of out-of-tune followers singing and chanting at all hours of the day. He's gonna get his comeuppance, and anything I can do to speed it up suits me fine.
So you'll help me?
Wait here. I'll go and make the arrangements.
Okay.
It took a while, but eventually Malaclips got me into the inner sanctum. Malaclips stayed by the door to warn me if anyone was coming.
Interesting. What's all this then? A lectern?
The inner sanctum sported a beautiful lectern. The plaque said it was donated to the temple by Mr. Fedean, of the militant servitors of Ikebana, goddess of topiary. Searching, I discovered there was a cavity in the base of the lectern. There were small stained glass windows in the inner sanctum depicting the story of how a valiant mortal, pure and gentle, was cruelly tricked, taunted, and tortured by the gods. Just for a laugh.
Have a look in the thing.
The space under the lectern was large enough to fit a whole person inside. Unfortunately, there wasn't much room to move inside. To my embarrassment, I got stuck.
Lewton! They're coming! Hide!
I'm way ahead of you, Malaclips.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered together in the sight of our God, Anu, to speak of our devotion to the Anointed One at this, our time of need. But before today's sermon, I'd like to read from the cult bulletin for a moment. Firstly, there's a jumble sale next Saturday to raise funds to buy a fresh goat to sacrifice. We'd appreciate it if as many cultists as possible could attend. We don't want to have to sacrifice another pigeon. It hardly befits a deity of the illustrious wonder of Anu to be sacrificed another of Mrs. Jerboam's gerbils either. Yes, I know they breed like flies, but that's not the point.
The sermon was one of the most tedious things I'd ever had to listen to. And as if that wasn't bad enough, then the hymns started. Why the gods wanted to listen to such droning monotony was a mystery to me, but I suspected they just liked to make the mortals suffer. The temptation to sink something sharp into Mooncalf's feet was getting very hard to resist. Turning into a wolf wasn't something I was trying. I sprayed Mooncalf's feet with Sapphire's trawl perfume. That should make the little psychopath a little easier to follow.
Cool. I'm glad for a puzzle which actually makes a good degree of sense, right? Oh, Lewton, you're making your way out all on your own. Okay.
Sapphire's perfume cut through the stench of the river like a troll wading through a dwarf street rally. The bright reek led into the shades, the oldest and most dangerous part of the city. As a wolf, I listened to what the so-called true believers were saying through one of the windows of the sanctuary.
Greetings, brethren. I call to order this extraordinary general meeting of the secret cabal of the true believers of Anu.
You smell nice tonight, boss.
What?
What is that? KC2?
What are you blathering about, Foyd? Anyway, I see we're all present.
Therma not present, boss.
Therma has to keep a low profile at the moment. Do not concern yourselves with her absence.
Why should Therma have such special status? I have important business of my own to be doing, and these interruptions aid no one.
Quiet, satrap. Mooncalf wouldn't have called us together if it wasn't important.
Indeed not. There is an investigator, a Mr. Lewton, who's been asking worrying questions. I think he may know about nylon ethertep.
I do now. I still say this is madness. There must be a better way to glorify our beloved Anu without taking such risks.
You always were the spineless one, Coombe.
Silence, Kondo. As chairman, I will not permit such disputes when the meeting of true believers has just been called to order.
When can we have a dispute?
It can wait until we reach any other business.
Damn.
Shh! What is it?
I heard something outside.
They say bravery is what tells the men from the boys. Well, I was a wolf, so I figured I could be brave and still run away.
Okay. Interesting.
I'd found a list of 8 names in the pendant. The name that stood out was Therma's.
I'm guessing that's a list of... Yeah, I see Mooncalf at the top there. Smetip. Something which starts with a T. Coombe. Something... Warb? Boyd and Kaido. Okay. I think I recognize some of the voices. Nylon ethertep. I like it.
Mooncalf's cultists had mentioned nylon ethertep, but at first I didn't know what it meant.
Oh. Something, I'm sure. However, we'll save it there, or we'll continue with this next time. The plot thickens. Oh boy. Who knew that a simple investigation into, you know, the murder of one person could go such directions, actually. Who wouldn't have seen it coming, right? That's the whole point of this genre. Alright, well, thank you very much for joining. I hope you join me again next time.